A dooby dooby doo doo dooby dooby doo doo. As we all know, I have to check. But there's a few in the chat today, so I might actually find out before I have to go on my phone and check that we're coming through. Are we coming through live and direct? Are we in and on and over here? I'm going to have to check on the phone, boys. I've been left with no choice. Skip this ad. You'd think I'd have the... As we all know... Yes, I'm in. But there's a few in... We're in. You'd think I'd have the courage of my convictions by now to... Yes. Yes. You'd think I'd have the courage of my convictions by now to actually, like, trust in the process of going live due to the fact I've gone live every Thursday for however long, about 2 months. And been going randomly live as well before games, etc. And for the watch-alongs, etc. I've been going live a lot more lately. So you'd think I would just trust the process. And even if it didn't work, you'd think that it wouldn't matter because I'd just be, you know, I don't say oh anyways. It's not like it doesn't really matter, does it? It's not really that hot, is it? It's not that heightened. I think I could get away with it, you know, not perhaps being sort of having to sort the mic out, but you just never know in this world, and you just never know that the only thing that you're going to ever say, the only ever poignant thing you're going to say, if I say it and there's no mic on, it's like, where do we go from there? You know, can you ever recover from that? Because, you know, when it's bouncing, you know, when you're bouncing around, when you're just bopping ideas about it, you just don't know, they're coming left, right and centre, aren't they? You know nobody do it how he does it. What's good, everybody? I will stop talking. Well, no, there will be loads and loads of shit talk. Do not fear about that. There will be plenty of shit talk. But I will stop this series of the shit talk. Got not too much planned, to be fair, today, boys. It's a free fire idea zone. Just talk about our title charge and then any sort of hot topic that comes up. We'll get a couple of polls going like we do on the Underlap. We'll have a couple of beers if anybody's having a beer or a pot of tea, whatever. I want to discuss the goal difference because I saw something on Leeds United on their Twitter today. We're going to have a little flick through Twitter as well because I find it quite funny. Although Twitter's been, you know, very lean. Everybody's moonwalking, as Joe would say. Everybody's backtracking at the moment because everybody's shitting the pants about how mint we are. So there's no real hate. It's like, you know, that gadget from the other channel. I got sent screenshots of him, and he said something like he put what did he put now? Something about Meslier Silent S. He put he's still on a short leash. You know, like he's a dog on his lead. It's like, you know, fair enough. Silent S. He's not out the woods with the fan base at the moment. He's putting some brilliant performances, but, you know, I don't think you've got him on a short leash, pal. Like, come on, man. Can't see the star of the show. What do you mean, Joe? What do you mean? All true Leeds fans can lip read art style images. I agree, to be fair. And MVG's up in this bitch. Joe Depp says the football's getting a bit boring now. Nothing to whinge about. Not that I whinge, you certainly don't. Joe Depp, no, you're one of the better ones. Or one of the best ones, not better. Apologies. Naughty. I want to discuss this because this kept coming up, and sometimes you boys put me on it a bit in Joe's thing, and I'm like, you know, I don't want to bring the Wild West over to Joe's show. I'm very polite. I'm a very polite young man. Or, well, I'm a very polite man, not so young no more. But how did this come about? I wasn't sure he'd been blocked, but did Joe obviously confess to the blocking of that of Andy Rowe then? But then I expected Andy to be piling in on the comments, but thank you, Joe. It was a slip. It was a slip. Got to win this tripe league. Won't be happy with sloppy seconds. It's a shame Chicka's Tudor Rose in here for that, because he'd probably have some sort of sloppy seconds thing to hit you up with. I'm sure he enjoys his sloppy seconds, but you know, I would imagine even Chickas would want to go up first. Although he's not really a Leeds fan, he's just a mint lad. have to talk about Farke. He's saying crazy things. Who's going to break the good news to him? Or does he not know yet, MVG? Is that what this is? Interesting. Andy Rose back in action, is he? I'm enjoying this league. So am I, Joe. So am I. Neither Joe nor any of the mods could remember why he was blocked. So Joe just looked on his extensive block list and reinstated him. Andy Rose back in action. Yes. Chickers is in and on and over here. Straight in with the super chat. Shout out to Chickers. New mattress today. Last one lasted 1 year. That's good going, isn't it? Especially, you know, you've got to incorporate that most of the action, most of the work goes on in other people's beds, doesn't it, Chickers? You don't bring it home with you. So, you know, it's other people's beds that are breaking. So to have 1 year out of it, you've done quite well. The Badger, he's not even with us yet, and we're 6 minutes in. He'll be getting a bit irate over there, will Badger. So without further ado, nobody do it how he does it. You know this by now. If you don't know by now, you never knew. Move back, get his greatness in. You know what time it is. Get that Badger in and on and over here. He's in, he's on, he's over, he's here. We don't know how long we're live for tonight, boys. It could be a marathon. It could be 10 minutes. It's not going to be 10 minutes because we've already nearly elapsed 10 minutes. So it's going to be longer than 10 minutes. Could be 4 hours. Could be an hour. Could be 20 minutes. We don't know, do we? But what we are going to discuss, as I say, is our goal difference. That's the first hot topic. But before we do that, we're still on the Budweiser because it is the cheapest in the shop around the corner. And yes, I saw a load of booze in Tesco and I nearly filled my boots last night and I was like, why don't I just bulk buy some booze for the house from Tesco? But I can't do it from a big Tesco. But no, I have to walk round to the local shop and I have to get my booze from there, and I go on them offers. Don't matter what the pence per litre is in anywhere else. No, it does not. I go where the wind takes me, and the wind takes me round corner. Ming says, we just asked, why did you ban him? Joe thought we were saying let him back in, and he did. Well, Joe's a forgiving man, so do not fear about that. Badger, the Badger's in and on and over here. Maybe just being Andy was enough to get him banned. He's a provoker, is Andy. He's well funny. Sometimes Andy will send me a nice message like in a comment like the day after, and he'll say like, "Oh, did I annoy you or something?" And I'm like, Andy, I think you're funny. Do not worry about it. I'm enjoying the league. I'm presuming that's in reference to the league. Even Andreas, I think lost last night. I'm not sure what that means. As Ming said, we weren't endorsing him. Joe just decided to unblock him, providing he's a good boy. Did he really, Chris Gill? When did he say this? That is some comment, that, isn't it? Let's have a look here. Oh, it'd be good if you set it up. Farker comments. I don't know if you're having me on, because I thought Peru's just come on leaps and bounds. Ah, easy as. Farker wants more from Tanaka. Animated chat with Bogle and Tanaka and frustrated. He's a bit annoyed with the yellow cards he conceded. Intriguing, interesting. Yeah, I've just seen, yeah. Yeah, I've not been on it. I think it's just at this point as well, it's getting the most out, it's getting that extra % out of everybody in the charge for the title. Wants more goals from both, says Anthony. Yeah, well, to be fair, you know, Tanaka's only got one, hasn't he? And Peruzzi, I'd just leave to his own devices at this point, because the goals are coming in thick and fast, so, and that won't be stopping. So boom, there we go. Have a bite of that. So look at this for some company that we're holding. Let me get rid of the comment right quick. Look at that. So goal difference, plus goal difference. Now I know everybody goes crazy and like, it's cause it fucking league winning, you dipshit. It's championship compared to fucking Bundesliga, La Liga, fucking all the rest of it. But regardless, there's still good company to be held within. Plus 74, Bayern Munich are on plus 46. Plus 74, apologies. Plus 47, plus 46, plus 39 Barcelona, plus 38 PSG, plus 35 Liverpool and Inter. That is, as Luke from Auto No Better would say, stonking. Absolutely stonking. So, some company to be held in. It's more just the fact that we're on, the goal difference has to be mentioned due to the fact we are, I think our best ever, if I'm right in thinking, was plus 49 a long time ago. That was our best ever goal difference tally. And if we can't not get that now, besides a complete and utter collapse, that will be researched, chickers. I can't leave that. Without a complete and utter collapse, there's no way, unless we lose every single game to end of season, or draw every single game 0-0 to end of season, there's no way we cannot beat plus 49. Obviously, you lads aren't dumb. Obviously, if you win a game, you get an extra, at least an extra 1 plus 1. So, as long as we win 3 more games 1-0 and then draw every single game to the end of the season, our goal difference will be the best we've ever had. So that record is on. Obviously, we were talking as well last night about the championship points tally being able to be the best that it's ever been, breaking records over in that way as well, which I don't think's on the cards. I think we worked it out. I think it's 42 points left, or 43 points left, and we need 38 or something like that. Something really, I think we can afford to lose 1 game or draw 2. It's something like that. I personally think that is a step too far. I think them records are there for a reason. I think if we'd have had a better start to the season and we could afford 2 losses or 4 draws or whatever that would equate to, then I would say potentially it's on. But I think with 15 games or something to go, I think that's a tall order. Particularly the games we've got coming up. If we do Sunderland and Sheffield, I don't know why, but I'm really not worried about them 2 games. And then we've got West Brom. That'll be a difficult game. They need to push into playoffs. Portsmouth should be all right, but we obviously had that crazy game with Portsmouth. I don't think that will be. I don't think that light will be reignited. I don't think that fire will go back. I think that'll just be all balls and no cock. I think that's what that'll be. Millwall deserve an hiding at home. QPR. Let's count 2, 4, 6, 8. 10, 12, 14 games left. So, what's 14 times 3, boys? 30, 3, 6, 9, 12. 42 points left, yeah. 42 points left. I think we need 38 or something. So we can afford to drop 4 points to get the what do you call it? The best ever championship tally. I'm not sure that's doable. But our goal difference, 100%, that's happening. I've got to address this because it's huge. This is huge news. Chickers couldn't find a drifter. What's happened here? Hang on, boys. Sorry. Chickers couldn't find a drifter. We're going to have to quickly research that. And I know nobody wants the chocolate talk this early on, but if drifters have gone, I'm not sure where we go from here. I might have to cancel the live. Drifter's chocolate still available. Oh my god. They were discontinued in 2018. All the way, but first launched in 1980. What a tragedy that is. Nestle discontinued drifter bars in 2018. Oh, they discontinued them in 2007, but brought them back due to popular demand in 2008. And then discontinued them again 10 years later. So there's a chance, but there's not enough demand. Maybe me and you, chickers, can build the demand. Because it's like, you normally get them in like Londises and like shitholes like that, don't you? And like that shop at top of Beeston Hill. What's that one called? I can't remember what that one's called. But places like that always have them, don't they? Is there an echo? Echo. Are you being serious about an echo, or am I repeating myself? Or has somebody repeated themselves at some point? Tanaka's got a mince strike on him, hasn't he? I mean, that goal he got were absolute audacious, wasn't it? Or a belter. They're not really encouraged to shoot much around edge at box, and everybody goes mad about it, don't they? But ultimately, I don't know if it's that much of a bad idea. We were talking about Solomon last night and like how unselfish he is, because he's definitely got an outside the box strike on him, similar to Somerville, like top bin, curling it in, cutting inside. That's what he wants to do. He's always cutting inside and then going, you know. Somerville would be digging out shots out, whereas I don't think I think Solomon's got that in locker, but he doesn't really want to do it. That's why this front four we're so well oiled, they're just so in sync. We'll talk a bit about Aronson as well, because I think Aronson's worth a mention. Talk about our centre midfield, what we'll do with centre backs. I know we've discussed that but just as Struitt comes back, you know, Gilavogi we need to talk about, just keeps getting his 50 seconds in. Neil Davison says, not wrong with the manager wanting more from his players. Ultimately, at this point, at this time of the league as well, it's like this is where we can't be dropping off, isn't it? So yes, we're in a fine vein of form. We've got better goal difference than Barcelona and Bayern Munich, PSG, Liverpool and Inter. You know, the top leagues. But that can lead to some complacency, can't it? Particularly as well after these two big games. Super motivating games, these next two, aren't they? Sunderland and Sheffield United, you'd be hugely motivated for them two games. They've got a full week after Sunderland on Monday. They'll have had 6 days to get into Sunderland, and then not to get into Sunderland. We're playing at home, so they don't have to travel to Sunderland. And then 7 days after that to get into Sheffield. Sheffield's not even that long a drive, so it shouldn't take them 7 days. They'll have had a couple of days off, I reckon, after the Watford game. Farker alluded to him getting a day off at least, because obviously the schedule's been pretty stacked. But that's when. So them games will be super motivated. Then, you know, with 12 games to go, there's potential where players can perhaps think the job is done. And as we well know, the job is not done. I could have found out. Does he have 2, Tanaka? Yeah. Try to think of other one. Did he get one from a corner or something? Or a bit more of a tap in? Oh no, it's the back heel, isn't it? He like he doesn't deflect it in, but he knocks it a different way, doesn't he? I think that game quite a comfortable result. Were we 3-0 up or something in that game? It doesn't half, Anthony. That's kind of my point. You know, like you're still putting crazy numbers together there. Plus 47's wild. I mean, Luke said yesterday, goal difference is nearly second and third combined, which it is. So if Sheffield United are on plus 23, Burnley are on plus 30. So it's 53 with 6 goals behind, having more goals than them combined. Well, not more goals than them combined, in fairness, because that would be ludicrous. But for our goal difference to be as good as theirs combined, which is crazy to think. This is where the echo comes from. I understand now. I understand. Echoes are everywhere. Drifters are us. England versus Albania. Are you looking forward to that match, Arthur? It's a big one, isn't it? You can't beat England versus Albania. Can we afford to drop 5 points? 100%. We're all getting too bogged down with Sheffield United like being this juggernaut, and they're just not. They'll slip up. They'll slip up more than us, but it won't be to teams like Middlesbrough. Evidently, they won last night. Luton are bottom at league. They play Luton on Saturday. There's no gimmies in this league, and I'll get rinsed for this with Luton, because the likelihood is, don't hold me on that, the likelihood is they'll go to Luton and they'll batter them and they'll win 3-0, and then we'll all go, oh fucking hell, they're putting teams at sword, they're putting fucking teams at sword, man. Like, yeah, well, then when they come up against Leeds Monday after, they'll get spanked. QPR, Preston, Bristol, Sheff Wednesday, Coventry, Oxford, Millwall, Plymouth, Cardiff, Burnley towards end of season. Fucking hell, third to last game that. They've got Blackburn on last day. Blackburn out a bad side. They might be pushing for something, are they? Blackburn are fifth. They might need a result to stay in playoffs. Getting a phone call. Apologies, boys. They might be pushing for third for points to stay in playoffs. Manager is right. What's wrong with Tanaka? Should be getting more. I don't know if he's literally calling him out for it though. But some cracking matches coming up. Pound Shop, I'll have them from 2018 though, Mingy. Ugh. Yeah, you should be able to get an imitation. Yeah, to be fair. I've got you, MVG. I've got you. Yeah, I think, to be honest, I'd try and stay clear of the the corner shops that have still got drifters in stock, to be honest. And that's no diss to any corner shop owner that still has them in stock, but I'd buy them and think like, oh, get in drifters, and then you'd look at, you know, best by date, and I know it's not best before. It's best before. It's not. What it's not? Is it eat by? Use by? Do they say use by? It's a bit too machiney, that, innit, to me? Like saying, oh, use by, like use this by. Like, what you mean eat it? Like, I am consuming it. Even if it was consumed by, I'd be like, but the use by date seems a bit like, I don't know, like I'm just a machine and I need to use this chocolate bar. Use by. Chocolate box. That's still going, chickers, genuinely. There's no better, mate. My mate works for Nestle. Certainly does. Rothwell does. He could do with having a few more strikes from edge at box, to be fair. But we don't. It's not, as I was saying about. I lost my train of thought. We don't really. They're not encouraged to shoot in general. So I think it's a bit harsh on Tanaka. I think it must just be on about getting into box a little bit more and trying to create a goal, getting in and around it. Oh, I see what. I didn't realise this could be like, yeah, pro or no. But my mate works for Nestle and he always brings me treats on my birthday. It's tremendous. Leeds will spank Sunderland come Monday. Bend them and spank them firmly, my good man. Johnny Garner, love it. Very descriptive. Best before his best. Last samurai in the house. Always room for improvement, although he can only expect more when he's in the 8th position. Yeah, to be fair, but when he's playing with Gruev, and he is. I mean, he's. The thing is, Aronson got this as well, didn't he? With allegedly he offered nothing again Tuesday, and it's like, well, he didn't get a direct assist, but he was involved in pretty much every goal, wasn't he? So you don't have to be the one that assists, and it's same with Tanaka. Like Solomon gets that assist for Peru Parisley, doesn't he? But ultimately, it's all Tanaka's doing it. I mean, Solomon were brilliant in that phase, to be fair, and Parisley just outrageous. Yeah, it's the best, Joe. Honestly, when you get them freebies, says she ain't bothered either way. Love to hear it. Andy Rowe, have you heard, Andy? I'm not early either, Andy. I'm on time, mate. I'm not always there when you call, but I'm always on time. And I gave you my all. Now, baby, be mine. You've been the hot topic, Andy. You've been freed, so I've heard. Compressed and score against Burnley on Sunday. Burnley, right? Saying it now, Burnley are going to collapse and they're going to concede 1. They're going to win like 2-1, and then they're just going to start getting beat downs. I'm telling you, they're going to just open up. They haven't conceded a goal, to be fair to them. I'm going to include the FA Cup game because it makes it funnier. They haven't conceded a goal in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm going to ignore that FA Cup game because it makes it funnier. 8, 9, 10, 11. They haven't conceded a goal in 11 games. That's insane. I have included one FA Cup game and then not included the other, which doesn't seem a fair thing to do. But again, it makes it funnier. So 10 games if you want to be pedantic. They are the no-goal machines. The problem is, you know, they've only got, in 11 games, they've only got, well, they won 5-0 at one point. That skews it slightly, the bastards. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. They've only got 11. They've got 11 goals in 11 games, which again doesn't sound that bad, but it does really, particularly when you put in one of them. They won 5-0 against Plymouth. So you know, you take 5 off, you can do the math. 6. Have you been on Joe's, Andy? You are free as a bird, brother. You're back by popular demand. You've been asked back in. Burnley have let in 9 goals all season. Is that right? Fucking hell, that is mental, innit, to be fair. They've only scored 39 though. And when you put that into context, you know, there's only, apart from Blackburn who are 5th, you have to go all the way down to 13th to get anybody that scored less than that. And then there's still only a few. It's bottom at league style stuff, that, to be honest. But, you know, it has worked from up to now. I just still maintain, I say it every damn time on Joe's, so I do apologise for repeating myself. But there's only a certain amount of games that you can keep on drawing before you start losing a couple. Tireless campaigning. I love it. Oi, oi, Oliver, what's good, man? It's not over till the fat lady sings. I agree. She sits next to me in stadium. He's trying to deflect relentlessly, was Andy. They've all been hunting for you, man. He'll be straight. Andy will be straight over to. He'll be straight over there now, will Andy? Ming, I'm blocked as far as I know, though. I did get a notification. Have I been unshackled? Did anybody find the reason why I was blocked? Fucking hell, boys. Is that a joke, Andy? I'd keep that to yourself. Chickers, for me, Leeds are just doing their own thing. The rest can do what they want. Fact is, Leeds are just winning everything. Put in front of them. The rest can carry on thumbing their jenks. I agree wholeheartedly, particularly about anybody thumbing their own jenk. Joe's on board with that. Leeds are 100% on their own trajectory. We don't need to worry about nobody else. Won 4 at last 5, drawn 1 in last 5. Sheffield in a decent form. Won 4 at last 5, lost 1. Sunderland are nowhere to be seen now, I don't think. It's now a 7-point gap, is that? How's my maths? 7-point gap to Sunderland. No, not a problem there. Get it tattooed on there, Andy. Get that number tattooed. Andy will never be on here again now, though. He'll be away with me now because he's unblocked on the Goats channel, so he'll be gone until he's blocked again, and then he'll be back. To be fair, Chris, I take that point to some extent, but I think they're all under the microscope, aren't they? I think, to be fair, I think it's pretty mint when he'll know there's certain players that he can get more out of. It's interesting as well. Lockie said yesterday whether, do you reckon it pissed Parisley off that we were looking for a centre forward in January? And I don't think there's any doubt about it that it'll have pissed him off. And he seems like a decent dude, so I don't think he'll be actively angry about it or kicking up a fuss about it. But, your ego should kick in a little bit and be like, no, man, I'm going to get plenty of goals this season. Stick with me. So I think, there's certain players you can go. There's certain players you have to pander to and look after. I don't like Alex Ferguson, but there's that famous story about when, I think it's Lee Sharp and stuff, and they're all getting absolute pelters. And I don't think it's the game where Cantona kicked that fan in the face, but it's something similar. He were definitely booting off. He were booting off with ref or something. And he went around all players slamming them, having a go at Sharp, and everybody getting a killing. And then he got to Cantona and he just literally said, Eric, you can't be doing that. And then he just moved on, just didn't say a thing to him. And everybody else got a stare down and fucking, what do they call it? Air dryer treatment. I can't stand that saying. It does my head in. Love it, Joe. Love it. Get Bambi on. Greenwood with an hat-trick. You what? Greenwood with an hat-trick. What do you mean, Joe Depp? Have I dropped the balls here? The Milky Bar Kid is strong and tough. Is that to me? And only the best is good enough. And unlike Tanaka, with him being the best centre midfielder in the world, again you can get more out of Tanaka, can't you? So I'm on board with anybody that my man Faki thinks he can get an extra couple of % out of. I think it's the best thing to do to have to call him out for it and because I do think, in fairness, if Tanaka's as good as we all think he is, and he is that good, there is more to come from him, innit? It's not you don't just rest on your laurels because you're a beast. If we're in Messi mode, Messi will be uber critical of himself, won't he, and his capabilities and what he's been up to. So it's, the best do improve. It's not just like, well, I'm the best, so bye. It's like, you are the best. Be the best. Remain the best. Become better. Better yourself. You're in competition with yourself, Tanax. Be interesting to see how good he is in Prem. And I know everybody goes on that he'll just be all right. He'll be all right in the Prem, but you just never know, do you? To be fair, but I mean, I think the boy's got something. I don't know what it is fully, but he's definitely above this level. It's just a huge. It's a whole new world in Prem, and what is interesting as well, can we discuss the youngsters a bit, lads? I'll rattle through these comments and then I want to discuss the youngsters and where we go from here. I'm going to set a poll up actually. Remind me of the poll. Remind me to poll the youngsters. That sounds probably a bit paedophilic, but ain't nobody down around here. Nobody do it how we do it. Does the channel creator in question begin with C by any chance? Sunderland are good to watch, unlike Burnley. Yeah, I agree. Burnley are real bad to watch. Thanks, guys, for freeing the. I don't know what's going on now. My head's gone. You boys are in your own world here. I feel like I'm on acid, MV Ming. Alright, I'm going to have to move on from this, boys. I'm lost. I know Greenwood's on loan, but I didn't know where's his hat-trick come from for Greenwood. Has he banged an hat-trick in, or is that just get him back and get the hat-trick? Anthony Calorie, this is the thing. Players need competition. That's the problem with Elan. No competition for him. So he knows he plays every league game. They have MVG, 100%. Anthony, on a serious note, and I don't disagree. All the players need competition, but where do where in the squad don't we have competition? Because, and as much as everybody goes crazy about Meslier Silent S, Darlow, whether you like it or not, just because we now all know that Darlow's not that good, does not get away from the fact that he came to the club to be the number one, and we thought Meslier Silent S were moving on, and Darlow is not good enough. So Darlow is Meslier Silent S's competition. Now that's no good. We can all agree now. But this bloke has quite the career, regardless what you think of Darlow now. He was at Newcastle. We bought him from Newcastle. He had 86 appearances for Newcastle. He's been at Notts Forest, Hull. Granted, fucking Walsall before Newcastle, but he is an established 34-year-old, arguably Premier League keeper. The Wales is national keeper, and our young Meslier, who is still a young man, really has played. He's a lot more experienced than many other 24-year-olds would be. He was born in 2000. It's crazy. The sky, I still think, is the limit with Meslier Silent S. I really do. I really do. But yeah, in terms of competition, Anthony, where other than, if you don't think Darlow's any sort of competition towards Meslier, which I would agree at this point, but we did sign Darlow at the start of the season thinking that Meslier were going, and he never did. So right back we've got Schmidt, obviously Bogle who plays, we've got Byram who can play right back. Left back we've got Firpo, Byram again, Wibbling Wobber when he's fit, Schmidt again you could argue. Centre back we've got Pascal Strout, Wobber, Ampadu, Rodon. Who else have we got that can play centre back? Obviously, De Bayo's it doesn't look like he's anywhere near it. Centre mid, as we all know, is a joke. We've got my man Gilavogi, who should be starting each and every week, playing at least 50 seconds every week. Rothwell, brilliant. Tanaka, brilliant. Gruev, brilliant. Ampadu, brilliant. Out wide, we've got Nonto, Ramazzini, Solomon, Dan James. In the middle, we've only got Aronson. And then up top, we've got Bamford, who can't get fit, fair enough. Joseph, Peru, Peral, Parisley. How much more competition of that depth do you think we can? How much more depth can you have in a squad? The thing is, we're also hampered by having the best squad. We have players. Well, it's not a bad thing that we're hampered by having the best squad, but we have players that would get in any other side in the league. There's no. I know everybody bangs on about Sheffield's recruitment and all this bullshit, but there's not any Sheffield players really that come straight into our side, is there? You'd have to argue, if you're being honest, who really walks straight into the side. There'll be I didn't rate that O'Hare when he came to play against us. That Hamer was decent, innit? Everybody's on about Cannon now, aren't they? Obviously that Diaz got a good goal last night. Hamza Chowdhury won't get anywhere near, and I think Chowdhury's a pretty decent signing for them, to be fair. I don't know, we look at everybody like there's this crazy strength in depth, because you can just reel names off like Raksaki, O'Hare, Hamer, Diaz, Brewster, like he never gets a game anymore because he's shit, but which again goes into the youngsters. You need to remind me about this youngsters poll. Any youth coming through though? That's what I want to discuss, Mingy. That's what I want to discuss. Can I not see Andy's comments, or am I losing it? Remind me. I didn't get no reminders. Art style images. Fair play to Farky. Stuck with Mez when 90% would have changed it. I'm really pissed off with myself, Art style images, and I'd never say that normally. I'd never confess. I'm only messing. I would obviously admit it. I'm pissed off with myself that I was weak. I'm willing to admit it to the boyos in the chat, boys and Bob. I was weak when it came. I'd stuck up for Mez for so long. No, maybe I'm not. Maybe I was right. But, well, no, we weren't right. Anybody that wanted Mez out, I don't think we were right. I think we were wrong. I think Faka's got it right. I think Meslier Santos is the best goalkeeper at the squad, regardless what that means. Regardless whether that's more of a hint, that's more of a thing on Darlow, isn't it? Nobody's bothered about that, you know. Like, Darlow should be better, but I wish I'd have been a little bit stronger in my defence of Mez, because I didn't really want him. I wanted to back him, but it does get to a point where it's like I just thought he needed pulling out of firing line, and I wanted him back in. I did say that I wanted him back in, but I maybe wish I'd have gone a bit harder. I've gone home a bit harder on it and been like, no, I think you should just stick with him. I know, Andy, but don't, please, for Christ's sake, don't start suggesting that I'm blocking your comments, because Chris Baldwin does this, and I am not stopping anybody's comments. Nobody do it how he does it. We don't do this. No competition for the number 10, unfortunately. No, it's a shame that when we've had these cup games and stuff, we've not had anybody that's played in that number 10 role's not had the best of games, as in, you know, or just a decent game where you thought, well, he actually can do the job. Because I was keen on, like, you know, one of the wingers can play in that 10. And to be fair, every time anybody's played in the 10 other than Aronson, they've been pretty shit. So it's, you know, it's not really worked out. I don't think it's even a contest, this, Chickers. I think it's heroes all day. I do like celebrations, but I think it's heroes all day. Best heroes, Quality Street. I think roses are shit. And celebrations, it's out of celebrations and heroes. I know I said there's no competition, but maybe there is. But it's heroes for me all day. I just think I think they're the most expensive in terms of what you get. Definitely not Quality Street, says Joe. Quality Street are third in that. It goes heroes, celebrations, Quality Street, and roses. Roses are getting a bad rep there, but they don't deserve that. But roses are just a bit shit. They're just a bit cheap, a bit shit. Watched the Blunts last night. We would have beaten them. Gareth, we will have our day next Monday, brother. Next Monday or the Monday. I don't know how you say that. I do know when it is before anybody gives me pellets for not knowing when the game is. Anthony Callery, the keeper Darlow is good, but Daniel don't trust him. Otherwise, he would have played him after the mistakes. Do you think Darlow's better than Mez then? Genuinely. I strongly believe Tanaka could play a 10. He's got the skill, all the skills needed. We will never know because Farker doesn't like big changes. I don't know, Chris. Truthfully, obviously, I ain't got a Scooby-Doo. He might be, and I'm up for your belief in Tanaka being able to play in the 10, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Andy Rowe, thank you. I don't know. I'm still uncomfortable with the mods because to me it sounds like rock and roll. Sell my soul to the devil. It's a bit too rock and roll mods. But no, I don't know. It's just I'm worried that if somebody moderates it and they end up getting banned or something, I'm just not. The chat, I truly believe the chat normally sorts out the knobheads, so I don't really need to do all. The moderation happens by you boys just giving it the big one. Heroes are getting hammered here. Oh no, they're actually even peven. It's just very, very equal poll. Go on, lads. We've got 53 in chat here. Let's get these votes up to at least 30. And get these votes up to 30. We're on 18. We've got 50 odd in chat. Come on, lads, get a vote in there. You've all got an opinion on that. Let's not pretend like that's not a hot topic when you boys are out in Boozer. It's either a backhanded compliment or a backhanded diss to Darlow, isn't it, really? I mean, Luke from Ought to Know Better said to give that fucking... What's his face a go? Just because we drafted him in Cairns or whatever he's called. Is it Cairns? Yeah, Alex Cairns. He said he looked decent against... he looked decent against us when he played for whoever it was in fucking non-league. Salford, were it? I'm happy he's with us. I hope he plays till he's about 50 with us. You know, like fucking Scott Carson does. How old Scott Carson now? He's still on Man City books. It's awesome. He's played a European Champions League game this season. Fucking hell. 39 years old. I wonder how long he'll go for. Be mint if he were like 50. I know. 78 RPM. Mez, Silent S is our keeper, so we defend him this season, agreed. But here is a fact, he needs a new contract or selling in the summer. I really do not think he gets a new contract. I don't know about that 78 RPM. I don't know. There is no mods in here right now, Andy. No, you're right, MVG. We're a machine at the moment. Oliver, it is, honestly... It's so good to watch. It's like so comforting, comfortable. It's unfortunately the calm before the storm, because when we do go up, it's going to be, we're not going to look like a machine, are we? We're going to look like we're going to look extremely dated when all these AI systems are having the wicked way with us. He'll surely get a contract just on that basis, but... To be fair, Last Samurai, I've done myself a bit of a disservice there, because, yeah, that would maybe drag me towards celebrations, but Heroes have taken the lead. Come on, boys, 6 more votes, and then I'll pull out in every single sense. But we've got to get this vote up to 30. I can't remember what we peaked at last week. Got loads of votes. I think it was 111 votes or something I got in there. I was like... Fucking hell, we've made it! I'm ringing me mum like, Mum, I fucking made it, mate! I don't call my mum mate, to be fair, but in that scenario, I think I would do. Jack, don't block Nish. Lads had more shots fired than Bonnie Blue and still rocks on it. Andy Rowe coming with the subliminals here, or not the subliminals, he says. Coming in with like the hard facts. You sound like you've gone a bit gangster on me here, Andy. You're all hepped up, free from release, aren't you? Straight out of fucking Just Joe prison, like, Jack, I'm a straight shooter. I don't do subliminals. I'll ask you straight. I know you don't block intentionally. Intentionally, like I'm by accident. It's like unintentionally blocking you. I'm a straight shooter. No messing, is it, Andy? Straight out of Just Joe prison, mate. I love it. Monday after, yeah, because next Monday would be this Monday, wouldn't it? But is it? I don't want to start a poll on that, because that's too much. But is this Monday not this Monday and next Monday the Monday after this? I actually mean that. I don't know now. Andy's thug life tattooed on his chest. Until I get that thug life tattooed on my chest. Be rolling round in his wheels tomorrow like, they see me rolling, they're hating, patrolling and trying to catch me riding dirty. Straight out of Just Your prison. In a David Brent way. We've unleashed a monster. Calm down, Andy. Yes, Tudor. I've missed the chick though, I think, but I'll get back up to chick in a minute. Exactly. No mods, Ming. You're the police. You police each other, you madheads. Roses have gone downhill just as I'd expect. Come on, lads, we're three votes off. Because, you know, the The bitch in me wants to cancel this poll on the basis that heroes are winning. But with 3 votes off what I said, I'd cancel it at. So you could actually, if you want to be a knobhead, if the 3 people, if you're all, I don't know, on an online poker chat together or something, and you all want to jump in on me and ruin my night, then, you know, be my guest. But I don't know if 3 votes would sway it the other way, but ultimately also it doesn't really matter, does it? But can't believe we're still talking Mez. It's gone. He's our number 1. To be fair, Joe Depp, I'm sorry. I really am. Because I agree. Farker has picked him and he is the number 1. Roses softy on my teeth. I love white roses. Leeds. Yes. Ironically, the best ones in roses are the strawberry ones, the red ones. I agree, Chris Gill. Darlow showed in the cup why Meslier Silent S is our number 1. I just think he's genuinely best keeper at club. So whatever that means, I don't really give a shit. The thing is, I don't want to do a Carragher on you all, but they're all good shot stoppers out. That's my only thing about, you know, Meslier Silent S has pulled some worldies out. You don't really want the worldies, do you? The worldies look mint and you're up for it, and every now and again you pull out a Nigel Martin save and everybody goes, he's the cat, he is. But ultimately, you don't need the worldie. You just need to, like, don't let the ball go in at Sunderland and don't push it down into the 6-yard box when trying to make us, you know, just tip it over at bar. That's actually the stuff in it that you want from a keeper, not the worldie. You could forgive the worldie, couldn't you? If them worldies going against Coventry, if that game, instead of the whole game, if it's 3-1 or 2-1 to us against Sunderland versus 2-2 to Coventry and they get 2 goals instead of the 2, well, I would say 1 really, really good save and then 1 save, just 1 good save. So 2 saves in total, but of different degrees. I would argue, really, it's the Hull and the Sunderland game. I don't know. It's like same as, like, you know, if you're going through 1-on-1 with keeper every time, and you get 10 1-on-1s a season, and you cannot score the 1-on-1s, and then you have 5 shots from edge at box a season, and you score 3 of them, and your goal average is horrendous. It's like, I mean, that's a horrendous analogy because I think you'd probably take that. But if you've got 10 1-on-1s, you'd rather him score the 10 1-on-1s than shooting 10 times on edge at box and getting 3 worldies, wouldn't you? So, yeah, you'd rather him just do the basics. Ming's in and on and over here again. He's handing them out like Santa Claus. Samantha Lucas has been gifted a membership by Ming59. Samantha, you may very well be a man, but I'm assuming, which I shouldn't do, but I'm assuming that you're not. However, it's a genuine joy to know that there is at least one more woman other than Bob that watches the channel. It might just be coincidence that you've been gifted it. I don't know, but I think I've seen your name a couple of times very, very loosely. But thank you, Samantha, for putting my YouTube average from like 100% men to like 99.8% men. So I don't know why I have a shave for you, really, boys. It's a bit Willy Woofter in it, really, me having a shave for you boys. Although, as you well know, I don't have a shave. Well, I do. Let's not do this. Let's see where this poll's at. Let's move on from that. Oh, it's 29 votes, boys. Come on. One more vote. Mecca Brothers' birthday. It's not my birthday. Where do we get to here? Mods are like drums. We don't need one. I hope Facker man manages Mez back to being a great goalkeeper. I honestly think it's a possibility. David De Gea. That's all I'll say. He was so bad. And he did have the howlers in him. And then, to be fair, the howlers came back and he's still capable of a howler now. But for a while it won't. For a while it was an absolute beast for a while. Chicka's bringing the heat. I know I've already put that up, but it's just to give it. I just thought I'd give it the timeline. If anybody's not watching and just listening like a weirdo, although it's kind of weird, you watching me also. In fairness, sometimes I think it. Sometimes I think I'm weird. And I think, am I weird? I am a bit weird, but it's not. Sometimes I wonder why sometimes I actually worry about being weird. Like, is it weird? And then I'll go to Leeds games. Do you know the worst thing ever, right? So I started doing the channel, and then obviously I go to Leeds games, which I've been to. I used to have a season ticket when I was a youngster. I know I wasn't doing the channel when I was a youngster, but been to loads and loads of Leeds games. And now I feel like I can't stand Thor. I don't like. I'm talking now. I'm making a twat of myself because I'm making it out as I'm some sort of like celebrity or something. But I hate the thought of somebody like being like, oh, and everybody's so cool whenever they go, oh, like, I watch channel, like, oh, absolute legend, man. Like, I'll give you a shout out or whatever. Like, it's mint. I love it when people say hello to me. But there's also an element of me where I think like, do you think I'm only here because I want to be recognised? Because I really don't. It's so surreal. I know I'm talking shit, and I don't know why I'm saying this even out loud, but it is weird. It is weird. So it's not why I go to the football. Like, for instance, we go to the Beast and White Hart or White Horse, I always call it. Whichever one it is, I always call it the wrong way. I think it's the White Hart. It's the White Hart. At the top of the hill, we always go in there, me and my brother and my mate. And both my brothers are coming on to Sunderland on Monday, so we will all be in there before the game. And then sometimes I think, like somebody says hello to me, I'm like, do you think I'm in here because it's close to Ellen Road? And it's so, I swear to God, I'm talking shit, but I mean it. It's awful. I think Mez will be our number one next year. Love it, Anthony. Yes, brother. Smash them likes. Show your support. Appreciate you. Yes, we're on 33 votes, boys, and heroes have done it. I can close the poll, boy. Yes. Chameleon Air MVG. I love Chameleon Air. There's a big long story I know about Chameleon Air. Not that I know him personally, but of like why he stopped. He's a lawyer now. He's a music lawyer. Very intelligent man is Chameleon Air. A week on Mondays. I feel like that's a cheat though. If we're talking this and next, what do you reckon it is? Seriously, this Monday to me is Monday, and next Monday is the Monday after. But if I said next Monday first, I'd expect you to think I meant the Sunderland game. So it is tricky. Gareth says Sunderland Monday, Sheffield Monday after. Again, nobody's answering my question. Oh, Joe. Don't hurt my feelings like that, man. Are you flirting, Mingy? MVG, that's a bit of a shout, you know, because there's normally like somebody that says like, oh, you know, why can't I have the membership? I don't know, maybe YouTube's trying to help me out and think, well, if we give the other people memberships, the lads that comment might, you know, they're already engaged, they might actually go in with the membership. LUFC Folksy. Mez has redeemed himself of late, still scares the shit out of me though, which is a fair statement, but he has 100% redeemed himself. They're wild mistakes. I didn't care, well I cared, profoundly cared about the Sunderland mistakes. It was heinous. It was as bad as it gets. But that is just one of them mental moments that you hope never happens again, on the basis that it's too freakish for that to ever happen again. The Hull ones are like, oh man, have you like, to, you know, probably could pick a better pun because no pun intended, but have you dropped the ball here? Like, is something's not quite right. That's like horrible football mistakes in it. That first one's just like donkey shit in it. Just like anybody's got that in them. Just like, don't matter how mint you are. It's like, I don't know, Messi misplaying a pass or a 5-yard pass and putting it out of touch, which I know will be very rare, but that's kind of my point. Melier, any keeper, sorry, Badger, that's very rare for any keeper to produce that level of. My point I'm trying, it's not even like a mistake, is it? It's like on another level of madness. Some devilish, some demon is in there in the ground that night, and the ground just needs to eat you up, swallow you up. Whereas the whole stuff is like gash. MVG, honestly, you boys, I swear to God. Ernie, you've been gifted a membership by the legendary MVG. Legend. Well, the legendary MVG is a legend. It's supposed to be. Is that actually true, MVG? Because that can't be true. Although everybody that's commenting here is a member, to be fair. So maybe it is. Apart from Andy, who just flatly refuses to become a member. Because deep down, Andy hates me, and he only uses me to try and get freed from the Just Joe jail show. The Just Joe, you tried to get your shackles freed, didn't you? And now that you got your shackles free, you won't be speaking anymore in this chat. Was you gifted one, Mingy, and then kept it going? My guy on Joe's. I don't know what's going on again. Confused. Ming dropping bombs. Sam and Bob. Just got here, mate. What's being discussed? Ming's pretty much got it on there. Yeah, chocolate mainly. I feel like we've actually, in the, how long have we been here? Fucking hell, we've been here an hour, haven't we? An hour and 4 minutes. I feel like we've actually discussed a little bit of football, to be fair. I actually feel like I'm on football form here, which is unusual. But it's not unusual. We wanted to talk about chocolate in the last live. Let's have it right. And Underlap is Leeds United based, but also having a couple of beers and chatting utter shit based. So, to be fair, the chat dictates the chat, doesn't it? That's the glory hole. That's the glory hole. Andy, you deserve all the heat you get, brother. So, yes, only Leeds bros. What's good, brothers? What's good, brothers? Tunaka. It's interesting to know, to think, to wonder, to quandary whether or not somebody's actually going to come in for Tanaka, to be fair. Because when we go up, you know, there will be some bids floating around, and it's not necessarily, it's not based on... Yes, Stiggy. Yes, Stiggy, good to see you. It's not necessarily based on whether the club are trying to hold on to him, is it? And it ain't just dummy money either. If, like, Tanaka seems like a nice dude, and like his mum and dad were on train, and that was all good stuff. But, you know, does he want a big move? Because I do think Leeds fans, I think, to be fair to Leeds fans, ever since the madness of going down and 16 years in the seventh circle of hell, I think we've learned as lesson where, you know, like players like Rafinha, and Tanaka's not at that level, but, well, we don't know. He may very well be, but he has to prove he's at that level yet. Like Rafinha's and Archie Gray's, and who else has gone? Rutter, the Somervilles of the world, and they're not even at well, Rutter's I think very, very good player, still young. Somerville's really, really good, but I don't know if he's at Rafinha level. Well, I know he's not, to be fair. I think we're aware where we're at. I think when we were flying, and players wanted to leave like Ferdinand, and even Hasselbank to an extent. Even though we'll talk about Hasselbank in a second. Well, no, I'll do it now. Hasselbank said in an interview that it depends who you believe, doesn't it? But it's interesting when a club gets rid of someone, you don't know what's being said, and the players don't have much power really. And ultimately, if a club accepts a bid for you, would that make you want to stay at the club? Do you know what I mean? If you got a bid accepted to go to Chelsea or whatever, would you go, no, I'm digging my heels in and staying? Like, or would you go, well, fuck you then, I'm going? Do you know what I mean? They just do. But my point is, before I got to the Hasselbank thing, we're at a stage where, you're not a selling club necessarily, but players are going to want to piss off, aren't they, and go to a better club. Because I've got it in my head, just like every Leeds fan is like, no, what more would you want them to play for Leeds United, play at Ellen Road in front of a packed out? It's like, yeah, but they've done that, haven't they? They've had some mint nights at Ellen Road, and now it's time to... I just would not, never, ever had any aspirations of playing for Brighton FC. But Rutter's never had any aspirations for playing Leeds United, and nor Brighton. He just wants to play in the Premier League, or just wants to try get to the best level he possibly can. And Brighton are a decent side, so why would he not want to get there? Why would he not want to go there, rather? I wouldn't. But then if I got offered Premier League football, I don't know. I think it's really tricky. So you just don't know that somebody like Newcastle aren't going to come in for Tanaka and go, come on, be the Tunaka. We've had the AO Ellen Road and now have the Tunaka at whatever their stadium's now called. I can't believe I don't know what Newcastle Stadium's called. What's happened here? I've had a brain fart. St James's Park. I thought it changed from that though. Have they not moved? Is it still St James's Park? Fair enough. But yeah, do you get my point? I mean, I don't know if I made a point, in all fairness, but... Bryn Jones, we played footy at back of White Hart Lane, I presume. Pivot match at Ellen Road. Oh, back of White Hart. Yeah, you're on about Boozer. Yes. Ellen Road. Covered in mud. Shouting out loud. Yes. Love it. You're on about literally round back or on that hill. Because that there's a pitch up there into Beeston Hill. Beeston Football Club used to play on that, and it is torrid. Absolutely torrid. It's so bad up there. That pitch is scandalous. It's literally like there's no worse Sunday League style. I mean, Beeston were a good when I were a youngster. They were really they were brilliant. They I think it was South. My brother would know better about what actual league it was, but I think it was South Leeds League or something. Or I think it was South Leeds League. I don't know because I'm shit at stuff like that. But a really good standard. They were like Bardsey in it, they were excellent. Aberford were in it, they were excellent. Beeston were in it, they were excellent. But I remember honestly watching, I was obviously younger than my brother, and I'd go watch him as a youngster and think, fucking hell, it's like, it was proper footy that, honestly. Like, ruthless, but some proper players in there as well. The league, however, I would say collapsed a bit. There was another side that were brilliant. Bardsey were really good, Beeston were really good. There were some really good teams in that league, honestly. But the Beeston pitch, I don't know how though. This little centre midfielder, as I say, I wish my brother race he'd say his name, and nobody's going to know him, but it's just interesting to me. And he was so mint, and he was so violent, but he was very, very good on the ball as well. Like, and he controlled games. You couldn't get near him. Like John, my brother, was a big fucking loves it in tackle and that, but couldn't admitted himself. It's like, you go looking for him, but you can't find him because they're no decent players. This is interesting, even because I'm on about what I deem a decent level here, and we're obviously, when we're talking about Leeds United and stuff, if you're on about Championship football, even non-league football, you're talking a wild standard. They're so good at football. So you think, like I watched Norman Hunter once, who I obviously have respect for, but watched him, and he got asked just one at dinner things where they're talking and that, and I know he's got an image to uphold and all that, but does he really? Do we all know how mint he was as a footballer? And like he said, they asked him how would you deal with Ronaldo at the time. And Ronaldo were like 18. And he was like, I'd just snap him. And I thought, I just, as much as I'm up for you saying that, I just don't think that's true. And maybe, you know, I mean, I don't like Ronaldo and I'd be well up for him getting a snapping. But I just don't know if I know you have to say that, but I don't think it's true. I might be, you know, with the older boys, you might think I'm having a go there, and I'm really not. I just think if it was I'll just snap him, I just think he'd have been snapped a few more times than he's been snapped. I actually remember one massive tackle. I just can't remember the lad that did it. I think it was Villa or something. And he just went in and basically committed GBH on him, which I can understand, you know, you can get away with odd one of that, but Ronaldo were fucking about on ball. My point is, the centre mids of the world, the Tanakas of the world in our league, in the Championship, not our league, not our shit league, you can't get, they know you're on your way. If you're just going to try put it on him, they know you're on your way over and they just move ball on. Or they're too intelligent. This idea that you can just pressure and put it on him a little bit, you can definitely get closer to him. But if your aim is just to lay one on him, it ain't gonna happen, Chuck. It ain't gonna happen, Chuck City. Well, luckily we're at home, aren't we? So, my mate's mate does the, he's the groundsman, and he doesn't even support Leeds, don't lad, to be fair. He will remain unnameless because I don't really know if I mean, it won't matter if I name the fucking, I only know his nickname as well, but I'll just stop talking. We'll move on. Eric B. Van, I reckon Tanaka feels loved at Leeds. I think he would stay if we get promoted. But this is kind of what I'm saying, dude. On the basis that how, like, all over it Rutter were, loving it, wasn't he? Like, let's go, end of every game, like, going up to fans and giving it big licks and getting everyone, dragging everybody in, loving it. Left. First opportunity left. And that's not a diss to him. That shit is as shit does. That's how shit goes. But he can feel loved at Leeds and then think, well, I'll get this love at Brighton as well. Like, they're just, I don't know, dude. I don't know. No, I won't want. I don't know. Sean Rooney. Yes, big lad. Thank you very much, dude, for the super chat, legend. Grew up in Beeston in the 60s, 70s, footy in Cross Flats Park. About 30 kids, magic. Love it, Sean. That is a wicked comment. Thank you, dude. Cheers for the super chat as well, man. Much appreciated, brother. Legend. Ayo certainly did, yeah. But I thought that were. I'm gonna have to. Sorry, Chris, you've distracted me there. I thought that were premature, to say the least, with the chant. But it is as it is, you know. He took it, you know. Legend. I have to know more about that, Chris. That's awesome. Lost bet against my wife, who comes from Munich, and I had a Munich badge for years. Joe has an issue with Munich. I still don't get it. Legendary MVG tried to get it out of you, but I don't get that. Like Bayern Munich? Why is it Bayern Munich? Chickers, what is really disturbing is you know him. You know him very well. And this is all information that I'm happy to gather and garner. I don't trust nobody, not even myself. He's a menace. I can confirm that he's a menace, but I know he likes getting in the shower, but I hope you all do. Is Chris currently blocked? Are you still on the block list, Chris? Because believe me, these boys truly have the power to get you out of there. In a moment that begs belief, if we're on the, I feel like, I mean, I'm not the one that gets you unblocked, but I feel like the president giving everybody a pardon, like by accident. It doesn't come from me, but you know, it's like the people vote. It's like we decide who gets the pardon in the chat on the Underlap, and then you boys go and make it happen. It's fucking Joe. The thing is, I'll be doing Joe's heading if you boys keep going over there and being like, "Excuse me, there's another one that we want to check who's on the block list." Fucking hell, we love it, boys. Forgive me for my naivety, but why are modern pitches still being watered 15 minutes before kick-off? I would imagine, Andy, because the drainage system, and this is JackCity's pardon, police. I would imagine, Andy, that why the football pitches get watered before games. I would imagine because the drainage system's so good, it'll just be top water. You see, I knew I'd get a shit answer. Watered before games primarily to maintain the health of the grass, but it's not a health thing by that. It's watered by that, isn't it? At that point, ensuring a complete system becoming too hard and dry can lead to unpredictable ball movement. To be fair, essentially, a slightly wet pitch provides better shock absorption and allows the ball to travel smoothly across the field. Player safety, a well-watered pitch reduces the impact on players' joints. A slightly damp pitch helps control the ball. Grass health. I don't believe that grass health thing. Why does it need it before the game? The grass is healthy at that point. In hot weather, that's a lot of shit. Can cool it down. It doesn't need cooling down in fucking December, does it? I thought we might get a better answer. I thought it might be something to do with a bit of top, like literal grass water, because the actual, you know, we're talking as though we're on about Beeston Hill getting watered, aren't we? And we're not on about Beeston Hill getting watered. We're on about, in it, you know, basically a glorified AstroTurf, aren't we, getting watered? So it'll just be the top, just so it's zippy, much like the start of the game the other day. Zippy surface. Get that ball zipping about. 78 RPM. I'm in love with this already and I'm only a sentence in. I think every player has a price that the 49ers will accept. In the Prem, that gets higher, that's all. It's the way of football now. 78 RPM hitting the pelters yet again. I keep saying pelters and that. I'm aware that in the internet terms that's a bad thing. But I truly mean that you've banked nail on head with that one. I've lost your comment though. Every player in this squad was for sale at the start of this season, and tell me that they want. Every player got offered out to every single club that might have wanted them at the start of this season, including anybody that had just signed. I don't mean literally, like, you know, you don't bring Ramazani in and then offer him out to other clubs. You bring him in and you keep him. But like Parisley, he'd only been there a year. He was offered out. They'd put out bit. There were the Gruev talk. Gruev might have got sold. They were putting it out to see who wanted what, where we were going from there. There was all up for sale. It's hard to block myself. I can definitely delete myself, but that seems a little bit knee-jerk reaction-y. You're gonna think I'm just sucking Joe off here, and I do really, really like Joe, but I don't think he does. I don't think he does think. Well, To be fair, everything I say I think's right, or you wouldn't say it, would you? Joe's really honest. But I don't think he thinks. Well, I think he thinks he's right, or you won't say it. I think that's honesty, innit? But I think he's available to have a disagreement with. So I would have to stand up to that slightly, Chris, and just say I don't think he thinks everything he said. Well, no, I do think he thinks everything he says is right. Because I think everybody that tells the truth thinks they're right. Joe's a legend, basically. 78 RPM. Norman meant that it was so different then. Refs were a different species then, and the rules were a lot less rigid and protective of soft players. I agree with that, 78. But I don't think your objective to nail Ronaldo. It was put across as though that would stop him. So, you know, the best players in the league at the time, I don't know the best players. We had a lot of the best players, but Eddie Gray, I know you'd also say Eddie Gray were injury prone or not prone. I don't know how injury prone he was, but he got injuries. Anybody else, I don't know, even going back or going forward a little bit like Strachan, who were an older man, you know, wasn't particularly injury prone. They all got knacked, didn't they? Vinnie Jones was running around killing everybody. But it didn't stop the best players in the world, did it? My point is, you know, I'd have just gone through him. It's like, yeah, but you should know, being in the best team in the league at the time, that doesn't really work. That's my point. That you might catch up to him once and nail him, but Ronaldo's just going to roll it and just know it's coming and go, all right, yeah, dickhead's here just to wipe me out, and then get a free kick and then put it in top bin, isn't he? I don't know. Williams, are you on about in my shit vids, mate? Because unfortunately for you, sir, I control that. Number one. Number two, the people control that. So, and don't let me start a poll on it. If you're still in here, we'll happily get a poll going, and we'll see who wants the Klopp to stay. Because I asked the public last time. I don't give a shit. Klopp can go, but tell me he's not here by popular demand. I'll test it. We'll start with Wilder, because Wilder's come up in a few comments. Wilder to go from the shit vids. And we'll see what happens with that one. We'll start with Wilder. We've got 59 in room. We'll let it get to 30. And we'll stop that. And if anybody doesn't know what that's about, then fair enough. But you will be surprised. I mean, maybe people are just going to come for me now and say, like, just go against the grain. But from my experience, there tends to be to stay. We're 15 votes in, and it's 73% that Wilder stays in the videos. So there is a few, to be fair, saying no, to saying yes. By the way, yes means he goes, just to clear that up. No means he stays. Is that a response to somebody else, Alfred? Because I don't understand that. Andy Rowe, I'm only a sentence in here, but I feel like this is going to be interesting. Jack, in my youth, I played football in someone's big back garden. It was a great game. Only found out later there was an under-15s lad still on Leeds books playing. He wasn't out special. Understood. Yeah, I know. When we needed to borrow fucking Tottenham's, right, laugh. Makes it slicker to pass the ball. Loads of diddies in the chat serving bare prison time in HMP, just Joe. You lot are fucking mental. He's not blocked. We don't need to get Chris out of prison. We've learnt here. I know you boys are probably in front of me here, but Chris is not blocked. I repeat, Chris is not in Just Joe's prison. Bob's your uncle. Bob's also called Wendy. So I don't think it was through peer pressure, in fairness. Yes, Danny Bowden. I think it was genuinely due to MVG and Ming just never shutting up about you. Danny Bowden, what's good, man? God's honest truth, Solomon. I can't see any reason why you won't instantly go Solomon. And then I'd go Rothwell. I actually would. Just Joe got pelters. I was watching one of his lives the other day and he said Welbeck. Now this is the shit, right? I personally wouldn't be bothered for a player like Welbeck due to the fact. But, you know, Joe was making a claim that it's just 1 year with Welbeck. You can't really argue against that, in all honesty. I think that's a decent signing, isn't it? Even if he doesn't play 38 games in the Prem. But I would really be looking for the players that are rejects from elsewhere, from teams like Scum, from teams that are collapsing. You know, everybody said about Solomon, like, oh, you know, Tottenham are collapsing and not even they want him back. Like, yeah, but that might be their problem, not ours. You know, it's not going right well for him. So I honestly would go at Solomon. I think you'd get Solomon for maybe 15 million, 20 million, which I think is a steal. I think we've got a bit of a weird relationship with Spurs, so I think that is on the cards. And Rothwell, I think we could get for 7 or 8 million, which I think would be wild. And for some reason, that Rothwell gets compared with the money that we spent on Tanaka, and that's just not how it works. He's 30, so you know, be turning 31 obviously next January. That's not obvious, but I just mean next season he will be 31. And he doesn't have to play every single game. We can use him as we're using him. Rothwell, I think's of a Premier League standard we're going to need a right tough, proper squad to stay up for a couple of years, and then we can look to build and offload. The Notts Forest thing, I think, has got in everybody's head as though they've gone out and bought a load of fucking random shit and just replaced everybody, and that is not what's happened. I'd follow them in the way that they went in and bought, like I keep saying every time I've had a drink, went and bought that Alanga who's mint, Smith Rowe. No, Fulham got Smith Rowe, but that's the type of player. Again, an Arsenal reject, a Man United reject. They got Gibbs White. I'd try and get players that are unfavoured at a good club, that are perhaps not the problem. That's what I'd try and do. Young lads, like 23, 24-year-old lads that, you know, like we've got as Geldarts and I won't put Chambers in that bracket. We need to do the youngsters because Chambers is 17, but we had Geldart, Greenwood, Neyman, Giabi. I know it's maybe a bit later on in it. Somerville obviously went on and did it, but Somerville would be the example that I'm on about out of it. If we'd have continued to be rejects, we'd have got rid of Somerville without him showing his true colours. So we need to pick the Geldarts and the Greenwoods of our world right now at a much, much, much better level. So, and I'm not on about, please, for Christ's sake, I'm not on about dropping down to Greenwood and Geldart's level. I'm talking about the Alangas of the world who really, for me, like Dan James is. Dan James is a Man United reject who has come out flying now. He's excellent. Granted, in the Championship, we will see how he gets on next year. But when we get up next year, Alanga, every time I watched him for when I watch Man United, I always thought, why is Alanga like the guy getting the pelters? I remember seeing Salah at Chelsea, and I always thought, and Chelsea were very good at the time, so it was slightly different. But I always thought, why is he seems decent to me, and I know it's easy for me to now whip that out 10 years later and be like, well, he seemed decent to me. But then he went on to be a joke. I remember seeing Suarez in World Cup and thinking, like, how was nobody... And then Liverpool came in for him like a year later. Like, why? And Liverpool weren't even good at the time. I thought, why now? Like, why have they not gone in earlier for him? And then, or why isn't somebody coming in? Why don't somebody want him? Like Arsenal at the time and stuff with Wenger. Then he went to Liverpool, then they tried to sign him. We need to try pick, and we're not going to get the Suarez's of the world. Although we got Raf, but I think that's very unique. We need to try pick up the rejects that are actually not deserving of being a reject. The Smith Rowes of the world, who I just think are proper decent footballers. And yes, I will say it yet again. I think we're going to be all right in centre midfield, but when I said when we were going up last year before we signed all these centre midfielders, I said if we go up and we can sign Sean Longstaff, that will be an amazing signing. And I said it. And then if anybody in the chat is here, the person that said McTominay, I was right behind you with McTominay. I'm like, I'm all in. And if you don't think McTominay would have been, because he was a Man United reject, played a bit, but nobody took him serious. Longstaff could potentially be a Newcastle United reject who is mint. He's just the moving it on and not really. And he's played plenty of games, hasn't he, Sean Longstaff, this year? I think I've answered that question, Eric. It's a great question. So I will now ask the question back to you. Who would you sign? The Budweiser, it's cold, so it's nice. I don't know what's going on with this Bayern stuff. I honestly don't. Yes, 78. That's what I mean. I'm up for him saying it. He has to say it, doesn't it? It's like my brother said, like, oh, he's got a front to keep up, and everybody were like, ooh, but I just thought, yeah, I was young. I was like 17, and I was like, would that work though? Just going and laying him out? You know, I don't think it would. Was he injury prone, Sean? I'm pretty sure Eddie Gray. I mean, to be fair to them boys, you know, there were no such thing, were there? Gray's unfortunate injury record meant that his Scotland career was short and infrequent. I'm not bothered about Scotland. I think, but it was before my time, boys, so I do apologise. But I think he was relatively injury prone. Would somebody in the chat hit me up with that? Because I think I just thought I seem to remember, or every time it's spoken about, that Eddie Gray was missing for the game and stuff, you know. And he was elite, wasn't he? But my point is, injury prone players, I don't really think was a thing back then, were it? They were all tough, and I actually think, it depends how you look at it, doesn't it? I don't know if I want to go down this rabbit hole, but it depends how you look at it on like I think the players pull up when they could probably play on, but I also think that they're so fine-tuned now than they once was. Toughness makes you tough, doesn't it? And when the whole game was more robust, wasn't it? 30 years ago, 20 years ago, it was more robust. It's getting less and less robust. Children are not allowed to head balls in certain games, and not that it's a heading thing, I know that, but I don't know, we got encouraged to play tag rugby at school. I hated rugby. I didn't want to play it because I'm too soft for it. I liked football. I didn't want to get hurt. I'd get hurt playing football, but I didn't want to hurt myself playing rugby because it wasn't my thing. But how injury prone are players in rugby? And I don't want to go down that level because everybody goes, they're fucking well hard in rugby, you ponces rolling about on the floor. And it's not the rolling about. The rolling about does my head in, like it does everybody's head in, but it's just part of the game now. What is my point, Jack? Hone in on your point. What is my point? My point is players are more robust back then. Sportsmen were more robust. We've become softer and softer as we go. Less tackles. I mean, I don't know how bad like leg breaks were back in the day and stuff, but there seems to be some unbelievably heated challenges, and nobody ever seems to get hurt. And nowadays, I mean, there were a patch, weren't there, particularly, I think, when like Eduardo did his legs and Cisse did his legs, and like they were all dropping. They were all legs were literally snapping. Now, I don't think that's you could argue that's a freak accident. Maybe that happened a lot. Again, I'm stuck here because I'm sort of talking about an era that I never lived through or even watched. So I don't know these things. I just think, I don't know. My point is, I believe these lads now get injured and they are fine-tuned athletes. And that's not to say them boys 40 years ago wasn't athletes, because they were. But I just think it's a totally different game. And I think having a little bit of a pull on your hamstring at this level now, with how fast everybody is, how clean the pitches are, how crisp the pitches are, how fast the game is, how well the ball moves. You know, you can pump a ball now, spray a 40-yard pass that probably 30 years ago would have probably broke your metatarsal if you'd have pumped that forward. I'm being slightly pedantic, but you know, it's a much heavier ball. The game's improved. I believe it's improved while getting softer, but I prefer the game. I don't know if I prefer the game of football or not, actually. But I do think it's better football. I think the football's better, but I don't know whether I actually miss a big old school hardcore tackle where it's like, "Blah!" Do you know what I mean? Where you're like all in on it, and you probably get sent off now for them tackles. So I'm going to skip to the front here because I'm interested what people are saying about and then I will try and go backwards, boys, through the comments. I'll try not to miss anybody. But I'm interested to know what everybody's saying on the bullshit that I've just drifted through. Richard Todd says they were tougher back in the day, but now the game is 10 times quicker. Yeah. Yeah. I think sometimes it takes a while for comments to come through here. MVG, British Bulldog at our school on a concrete playground. You see, I'm not necessarily from the mean streets, but British Bulldog would be something I'd stay way out of, and we played it on grass. If I want fast enough, I want there. Michael, Eddie Gray played many matches for Revy, especially it was towards the end of his career when the injuries started to happen in the late 70s. Understood, Michael. Thank you, sir. Many have tried to break Ronaldo. He's still at it. Agreed. Strachan was a Man United reject. Look at what he did for us. Totally agree, Jack. We don't need unproven European players. Been there, done that. I'm in on that, Richard. And if I'm honest, I didn't know Strachan was a Man United reject. I just remember Strachan. I knew he was at Scum, but I didn't know he was a what we're turning him in as rejects. I didn't know that. So thank you for that. I will definitely check that out, because Strachan's one of my first... I was very young, but just my two brothers are older than me, so I got Gordon Strachan, and they'll have been really young, to be fair, but I got him sort of... I was told to watch Strachan a lot. Oh, fuck off. I want to know when he played. I thought it was like around 92. But I was a kid, so it must have been 89 to 95, is that right? Yeah, 89 to 95, I think that's right. 6 seasons with Leeds United. See, I loved Strachan. Strachan is number 14 in Leeds United's 100 greatest players. If he's a Man United reject, I'm buzzing, because that's literally what I'm on about, Richard. That's what I think we need to go and do. 89 says Danny Bowden, yeah. What? What's that based on, Alfred? He was at the end of his career, yes. Eddie Gray or Strachan, because I know Strachan was a bit of an old boy when he got to us, to be fair. If and when we get promoted this year as champions, my boy Neil, there's one thing you can bet your nadgers on. The miserable sods will be in their elements because we won't be winning as many games. How sad's that, Neil? How sad is that to say that, right? And then how sad is it when it's said to totally agree? I think it's so terribly sad. I really do. And absolutely bang on the money, and I can't be arsed for it. And we're all going to have to dig our heels in, boys, because when we start losing some games, we're going to have to dig our heels in, and we're going to have to know. We're going to all have to come in and go, right, we knew this was going to happen. Let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. Forgot about this poll, boys. 39 votes, that'll do us. Unfortunately, guys, Wilder stays. So now it's Klopp's turn. I'm going to change the idea of the question because I feel like it was slightly confusing. Does Klopp stay? So yes means yes, he does stay. No means no, he goes. So Wilder stays for now. Does Klopp stay? I forgot about the vote because I've been fucking yanging on. I'm probably boring everybody to tears and accidentally ignoring all the comments. Jack, there's more injuries in football than rugby. I like rugby, but don't like jumping for 50-50 balls in football. Those elbows hurt. There's more injuries in football because it is a more demanding sport, and that will do everybody's nutting that likes rugby, but it is a more demanding sport. Rugby's like, whether you like it or not, some big boys that are excellent, getting the ball, going, ooh-ah, and then getting up and going, getting the ball, ooh-ah, and getting up and then going, ooh-ah. Rugby's not getting the ball, setting off 40 yards, not receiving the ball, losing the ball. The lad that set off 40 yards has to run 40 yards back at full tilt, has to run 40 yards forward, 40 yards back, gets on the ball, twisting and turning. I know you do that a little bit in rugby, but not as much. For instance, I think rugby league's a more physically demanding league at sport than union. And again, I'm no rugby expert. I think league's a lot rougher. Just to respond to this, which I feel like it simply needs a response. 78 RPM, British Bulldog on grass. Did you go to girls' school? Well, the only reason that I would say no, because I would be inclined to agree with you on the basis that, you know, I told you that I wouldn't play on concrete, and if I wasn't fast enough, I wouldn't play at all. But if I went to a girls' school, I'd have played on any fucking terrain. I'd have played on clay, grass, concrete, hard court, the lot. I wouldn't give a shit if I were at a girls' school. I would be British Bulldog champion if I went to a girls' school, brother. Do not fear. Nowhere near to the level that Chickers would get at, though. Tudor Rose. Never get to that level. He would be the Don Corleone of the British Bulldog school. Not, I don't mean now, by the way, Chickers, before you think I'm insinuating out. I'm on about as a youngster. Heaven forbid. Not heaven forbid. Move on again. Move on a bit. Move on. Michael. Jack. Modern medicine, modern physio techniques and physio trainers and surgery improvements and improved footwear has helped the modern player prolong his career injuries. Can be detected earlier. I agree. I also think, however, I think they piss around a little bit. And this is kind of what I'm on about with the robustness. I think there's an element, I think it's all becoming very soft, where the socks are like tailor-made to your foot, which is fine, you'd think. But, not your socks, sorry, your boots are like fitted. I don't know if that's a good thing. I actually don't. I don't know whether, really, do you need it fitted? Is that a good thing? And that's a really low level bullshit talk. Does that create more problems? It might give you a 0.01% better touch on the ball or what have you. But is it actually good for your robustness? Or, you know, also thinking like just dumb shit like, you boys, I'm sure are with me. If I go play six-a-side, I put shin pads on, and then I go to six-a-side, and I'm an old boy now with my mates, and they don't, and then they all come out and their ankles are like fucking goldfish bowls. And I'm like, well, are you lads going to put some shinnies on? I could not play football without shin pads. I could not go into a tackle without being like, shit, I'm going to hurt my shin. I'm going to hurt my ankle. Whereas if I've got some shinnies on, I'll get in there. And the worst thing to do, as you well know, is if you dangle a leg in, you get knacked. You're getting hurt. So I think there's an element where, like, Because at professional level, in training, I don't know if you know, just from clips you see, they're flying into tackles in training. Get some shinnies on, boys. It's not lame. It's like, you should have them on. Legendary, Richard. No, Andy, but that's what, to be fair, I can't remember who called him a reject, but I set off the reject thing. Nobody's calling him a reject. It's not. We don't mean it like that, Andy. Fergie got it wrong. Is kind of what we're saying. It's like, you know, you've been rejected from. It doesn't make you a reject. I know that's how I phrased it, but when did I say about that? Maybe I did, but I don't. I didn't know that as well. So we need to be careful with that. What? Nobody's down round here, mate. War Piglet, where have you been, man? Where have you been? Didn't we get everybody from the scum, Mark? Wasn't it a thing going on? I'm pretty sure they've all dabbled, haven't they? Where have you been, though, War Piglet? Where have you been? Stop this now. Come on, MVG, don't get on board. I don't have to start blocking people, and I don't block you, MVG, because you're a goat. Even beating Strack and Johnny Giles as a scum reject, and don't get better than that. £32,000, is that right? Is he really, Danny? Is that right as well, Sean? I might do, if I can be asked, I might do a brief history on Strachan then. It sounds like he's got an interesting story. Michael says Strachan wouldn't say reject, just didn't get on with Fergie and still had it in him. Came down a league. Yeah, tours improved it, Leeds legend. I think we've gone overboard on the... We've gone overboard on the word reject, I think. I've played whoever said that Strachan was a reject. I think the gadget, I'm sorry, I can't remember who it was that said it, but I think they were just going along with what I'd said. And that maybe they think he's a total reject, but I think they just know what I meant by reject. Definitely helps. Makes you tougher in head though, doesn't it? I saw a thing with David Allen. Is it David Allen? Or Mark Allen? I'm getting mixed up now between boxers and footballers. David Allen, yeah, he was on about getting a pasting. I know I've gone on a tangent here, but as I will, I'll highlight Alfred's comment there with Jack and his ramblings. I saw a thing today with David Allen. They were on about getting a beating, and he says, "Oh, you know, you learn from your beatings and that." And to be fair, I like David Allen. I don't know if anybody knows David Allen, but yes, Sean. He was on about that. Well, what did you learn from that beating? Like, what was learnt from the beating? He says, you don't learn anything from a beating. But it really made me laugh. Like, it's not, you know, you're all on about like, well, took a bit of a paste in there, and you know, he learnt some lessons or whatever. Like, no, I didn't. And David Allen's a tough man. Anybody that likes the boxing, he's like, you know, all heavyweights get him in camp because he can take a beating, basically. And he's better than that as well. I think he actually does himself a disservice on the basis that, you know, he's just like, he's not a journeyman. He's a legitimate, you know, heavyweight boxer. He's just not at elite level. But yeah, he can definitely take a pasting. If the pasting is there to take, he will take it. Give me the pasting, it shall be taken. But yeah, he's on about like, well, what was to be learnt by the pasting? Nobody learns anything from a pasting, but he just really made me laugh. If I could be asked, I'd get it up. But I can't be asked. You see, lass. I can't be asked getting it up. Andy Rowe, I talked to my brothers who played rugby league. They said they would be scared in a rugby union, loose ball scrum, rucking New Zealand style. Stick to football, Jack. Leave rugby to men. Well, my gonads suggest different, but I still think rugby league's rougher than union. I think union's just, as my mate said, I remember when I must have been like 17 and I went to open football. I think it was, no, it wasn't Weatherby, but it's big, like I can't remember his name now. But when football lads used to go out, or rugby lads used to go out as well, and like there was always a thing, and this we're talking 20 years ago, so there was always a thing going on, and it was on about, you know, what's the tougher sport or whatever, and this gadget, who was a big guy, said to the rugby lot, like, what's more he said, what's gayer than putting your head up another man's arse? And so what does he say? What's gayer than putting your head up another man's arse and tickling his bollocks with your ears in a scrum? And then obviously it erupted. But you know, as a very young man, I was like, that's two things: one, extremely funny, and two, extremely scary, because it's about to go down. And go down it did, let me tell you. Go down it did. And I was in the wings thinking, fucking get me out of here. Escort me out of here. It was terrifying. But it was an eye-opener. It was a learner. It was a learning moment not to make outrageous comments, outlandish comments. I can't help it, Legendary. The problem is, Legendary and Alfred, I'll end up going along with this, and it'll be in like another live feed or another video. I'll do like a shit vid and I'll be on about it, and then I'll unusually get a new viewer, which I never get. But there'll be a new viewer in and they'll be like, that bastard. And I'll be like, well, it's actually a ridiculous joke that I don't even understand. But Neil Skepper says some players' shin pads are postage stamp size. They're not. I don't know why they wear them. They wear them. I do know why they wear them, because they're compulsory. But it's bollocks, innit? It's fucking rubbish. Smash them likes, Ayo. What's good, brother? How many likes have we got in here, boys? 71 likes, 62 people watching, so that doesn't work. But that must mean that some people haven't liked it. I think we're at 31 votes. I can end this poll. This is what I'm saying. I know you boys better than I know myself. 31 votes. Klopp stays 77%. He stays. Get yourself in and on and over here, War Piglet. I haven't heard from you for donks. Oh, Chicka's involved now. Now we're really separating the wheat from the chaff. Mark K. Fergie went to Strachan's house, knocked on his door one Sunday morning, told him to find a new club, and left without another word. Is that actually true? That is wild, isn't it? Strachan is the GOAT. Back in the day, his back catalogue. Have you crying your respect? I loved him, honestly. Remember them? He used to zip them across, didn't he? He used to just fire crosses in from Furpo range. That's where Furpo likes it. But he used to just hammer it across. Amazing. Alfred Tam, I only wish you paid my wages. I wish I could make some money out of this. And then, as the Lord is my witness, I'd knock at least 2 jobs on head. I'd go live all day, every day, me. I'd never stop, I swear to God. You'd be so bored of me. I already think, people are getting bored of me already, but you would be, believe me. If you think this is boring, there's a whole new world coming. Whole new level coming. If we can get them members up, we can keep them members flying up, there's no reason why I won't be boring you like 18 hours out a day. Believe me. Your boy don't sleep. To be fair to Ferguson, I don't like calling him Fergie because I can't stand him. He did tend to get that right, didn't he, as well? He did tend to sort of bomb people off. Danny Bowden, first football match I ever saw was Aberdeen in the Euro Cup winners final. Got an Aberdeen away shirt for Christmas the following year. Been a Don ever since. Understood. We only have Leeds fans around here, though. In and on and over here, Danny. I'm only joking before we start going down the... Michael Strachan was a player that Alex Ferguson thought was past his best at Scum. Yeah, it's what Gareth just said, yeah. He dropped down a division to play under Wilkinson, who got the best out of him for Leeds. Strachan had a renaissance. Love it. Do not fear Alfred. I know everybody's in and on and over here. Nobody do it how he does it. What do you mean? Yes, Dr. Kurus. That right hook against Kevin Keegan. She's a belter. Rugby league, a thug sport played by gentlemen. Rugby union, a gentleman's game played by thugs. I think that's a relatively good synopsis. Synopsis. Is that the correct word? I'm going to go synopsis. Define synopsis. I feel like I've actually done this before. A brief summary or general survey of something. Great synopsis. 78 RPM. If a club does not want or rate a player anymore, they are a reject from that club. It does not mean they are bad, just at the wrong club. The phenomenon of selling players you rate at your club is new. Yeah. To be fair, yeah. I think teams have become... There's loads of selling clubs now, isn't there, to be fair? And I think to some extent everybody is. You know, I don't think... There's only about sort of 10 teams in the world that are. Real Madrid, Barcelona, Man United, Man City, Chelsea. I want to say Arsenal, but Arsenal now, but I think you could have bought off Arsenal a couple of years ago pretty easily. Yeah, I think there's a few that, well, really Barcelona and Real Madrid are the only clubs that don't have to sell anyone. I think, which is a slightly different topic, so not selling them for that reason, but on the basis like if you're playing for Scum and then Real Madrid came in like they did for Ronaldo, like that was his dream to go to, so they go. It's different when you get that dream move in it. Liverpool, I think you could buy. I think if you put a certain amount of money down for any of their best players, I think they'd sell. Interesting that, to be fair. I didn't know this either. I've learnt this slightly earlier as well, Michael, in the chat with I didn't know he pulled him from there. It will be a relaxing week in AO, providing Sheffield don't go above us, which they can do. Alfred straight in on you there, yeah. Andy, that's old school. You keep hold of these. You keep hold of comments like a crazy X. I love it, like, 'cause I'd forgot about that insane thing that happened, and it was insane. It actually was. But it's all content, innit? So I had to just enjoy it. I'm thinking it back in my head. If I make it out of this alive, it's content. Have I told the Bradford City fan story? That happened to me must be just before Christmas. I don't know if I've told that story or not. I won't bore you with it if I have. It's not that good either, but it was fucking scary. It wasn't that scary, to be fair. It was just weird. Stracker's an old Leeds player under Wilkinson. Famously had a diet of porridge and bananas that he lived on. Shot prolong his career. I don't know if you're having me on now at this point. Does Scotland have a national anthem? Dick Dastardly, yes, big lad. Good evening all. Let me just say Bamford, Forshaw, Muppets from Leeds. Well, Dick Dastardly, we had to have a poll on whether that stays. And luckily it does stay. Because by popular demand, the outro is And I can see the way everybody. I don't think the people that want it to stay even watch it, because on YouTube it shows me like where people got disinterested in the video, which is I don't look at honestly, but every now and again I can't help but have a glance, and at the outro it does just dip off. So everything that does want him to stay is bullshitting me, or not bullshit me. They probably like it, but just think, yeah, but I'm gonna turn off now. I will definitely check that out, Sean Rooney. Definitely. I have 4. I have 4. If you include this, I have 5. If you include trying to keep a woman happy, I have 6. And I fail at all of them. So, apologies. But I don't need to apologise to you, in fairness, but the apology stands. Buy cheapest one at shop though, Alfred. You're all right, honestly. Get us a crate of Budweiser, twist tops, and we're all right. We're away. Yeah, it's mental. That I think as well. I actually think I might get pelters for this. I've got to stop saying pelters. It's actually annoying me how often I'm saying pelters. But I may very well get pelters for this. I actually think that era struggles to get the love. And I would put my brother would put Wilkinson in that as well. He doesn't think Wilkinson gets the love that Wilkinson deserves. Like, Wilkinson set up what we ended up going on and, well, I would say nearly achieving, really. But for some reason, I don't think Wilkinson gets... I know Wilkinson's really well thought of, but how often do we talk about Wilkinson? Like, I don't want to compare Wilkinson to Bielsa, because I can't, in my mind. But, and I don't know what you boys think. I wish I knew... I was a baby, and I wish I knew. What am I trying to say? I need to rethink about what I'm trying to say. That midfield, man. Strachan, McAllister, Batty and Speed. Does it get any better than that? Like, listen to all the pros as well talk about Speed. Listen to Roy talk about Speed. Talk about Gary Speed, not about the drug. Listen to all the pros, even Roy Keane. Whenever anybody goes on about, they always say, "Oh, what were it like up against Vieira and that?" And he's like, he talks about, and I fucking forgot his name now. That lad that used to play for Newcastle, centre mid, tough lad, mint on ball, and he mentions him, which I've forgot his name now. And then he's like, Batty. It's like, you know, players like Batty need. Batty was an England international. Do you know what I mean? Batty was a joke. Strachan was a joke. McAllister was a joke. That era, because I don't think it was as good as the Lorimer, Gray, Bremner era. And then we went on to do what we did in the Champions League and stuff, which was mint. I think there's like a gap, possibly in age, where you've got like, obviously if you're 30, when Bremner's banging it, you know, and then you sort of like, I mean, you'd be nearly 50 then when Strachan and that gets in. There's a, and then you've got the upcomers. It's like we've like, it's like an underlapping. Do you know what I mean? It's like we've gone over the top of each other and sort of missed that middle bit of being beasts. I know it gets what it deserves, but no, I don't think it does. Is my point. My point is I don't think Strachan, McAllister, Batty and Speed are anywhere spoken enough about, even though they're thought of extremely fondly. But I don't think, maybe again because it's just my legacy at Leeds, my what I deem the legacy, like the Radabys and, sorry Badger, Radaby is remembered and stuff. I don't remember anybody. I know Speed's remembered, but in the nicest way possible and with the most respect I could possibly say this in, Speed died, so he's chanted once a year and stuff about Speed, but Radaby still gets his chance within the stadium. I mean, to be fair, the old boys, Bremner and that, don't get chants anymore. I think just McAllister's forgotten about. I know you're mainly a Liverpool player, you could argue and stuff, but I don't know. Is anybody on board with that, or am I talking shit? I could very well be talking shit. I just don't feel. I feel like the Wilkinson era is ignored. I just think it's like it didn't happen, but it's like it wasn't a brilliant time for Leeds United. When in reality, it was an exceptional time. We were brilliant. I mean, like, you know, putting that, Michael, what you've put up there, the Leeds United midfield quartet of Strachan, Gary Mack, Batty and Speed was one of the best midfields I have ever seen at Leeds. Like, it's a disgusting midfield, that. Disgusting. And it's just not spoke about. So thank you, basically, Michael, for bringing that up, because it's ace. What a lineup. Very, very precise, Danny. Do you literally hold them game? Is that the figure? Very precise. Neil Skepper's coming in with some advice here, I reckon. You need a novelty draw card to explode this channel. Maybe lose Klopp and add the Scarborough Beach donkey. Well, that seems to suggest to me that he was here either, if not last week, the week before, when we went off on a bit of a tangent about travelling, which we won't go back down because I don't think it's necessary. But I seem to remember very vividly that MVG enjoyed the donkey talk, just basically on the basis that there was a big super chat come in about the donkey talk. I didn't even realise I'd said it until he put it in the chat, but Scottish membership on the way up now for sure. Exactly, MVG. You've got to be in there. You've got to be in to win it, haven't you? Richard Todd, no loyalty with clubs or players. It's a business, but jump on board and enjoy the ride. That's why I don't get... I think less now. There will be less legends at Leeds United. That's why I always really like Cooper. But ultimately, it's because Cooper wasn't good enough to go on to a bigger club, because if he was, he would have done. But there's certain players that you have to just go, well, no, they're the new Leeds United. And I know nobody likes Cooper. Well, I think everybody actually likes Cooper, but they're the new Leeds United because really they're not going to go anywhere. Ayling, Dallas, Cooper, Click, Hernandez. You could argue Forshaw, but was just unfortunately really injury prone. But is anybody else? Alioski. At a risk, I'll say Bamford without getting pelters. They're players that sort of made their name. They are Leeds United players and will go down as their best years at Leeds United. Everybody else, the game's so global now that no one gives a fuck about us. The idea that Rafinha gets here desperate to play for Leeds United, you'd have to be a lunatic to believe that Rafinha's here to play for Leeds United. Yeah. It's gone, that, isn't it? That's why it was so. I mean, that's why the Billy Bremner years and stuff, they were all Leeds United players, weren't they? And they would have not ever wanted to play for any different club. You know, it's rare that happens. You got it with the famous '92 class of '92, whatever, which does made in the Neville's and Nicky Butts, who ended up pissing off anyway, but got binned off. Beckham and Giggs and all that. You know, they were Man United players, but that's gone again on it for them. It's very rare. It's gone. That in football's gone. Totally gone. Nobody has an allegiance towards anyone anymore, and that's just is what it is. Just got to get over it. So just enjoy the football club. Just enjoy Leeds playing good football right now. The players are dispensable because they will be on the move. I would stick up for them more if I thought they'd stay. But they won't. So if they're good enough, they'll go. If they're not, they'll stay. And that's just basically shit is as shit does. I wish I could watch a Leeds game again at Ellen Road. I've only been there once That was 1970. Why can't you, Chris? Oh, I know that, AO, to be fair. They've always been a mess, haven't they? But the pull's still there. They're not a selling club. They won't sell their assets. I know they sold Messi, to be fair. Who's stalking me here? What's happening? What have I missed here? Andy Rowe has everything bookmarked. Don't deny that. Oh, is that in reference to... Yeah. Remembers. Bloke's an elephant. Okay, that's Joof. Yeah, it's the best in it. He's so pissed off. And Bamford is the perfect name in it for him to hit his maximum. You know, when somebody sets off on their like rage level. So if you go like 0%, you get to like 20%, and then once you've got to about 40, I think you're at 100. You don't go 40, so it goes like pissed off, I'm getting frustrated, 20%, frustrated 30%, you're winding me up 40%. Any more than that, it's like 100%, you're doing my head in. It's like, and that's what Wilder is. So he's gone through like Forshaw, and he's getting angry, and it's like Bamford, and this, and then he's gone. He's gone at that point. He's at 100%. He's not even thinking about what he's saying. He's not thinking about the fact he's going to end up being a meme. I mean, granted, only among Leeds fans, but again, shit is as shit does. You get what you're given. That guy's a dick slap. So, where do you think Bamford will end up, Eric? Ooh. I don't know. That's a really bad answer to think about it for as long as I thought about it, then just to say I don't know, but I don't. How old are we on Bamford here? He's not even that old. I know you're all going to have a go at me for saying that, but he's not. Bamford still has something to offer for us if he could get fit, but unfortunately he can't, so. Bamford is 31. Fucking hell. I think Bamford will end up back in Championship next year. If I had to answer right now, I would say Bamford ended up back in Championship next year. Andy, you remember more than I remember. It's redawned on me the whistling fella. Andy, you're such a legend, man. Are you on about that lad that were whistling, and then it all turned on him? I didn't know I told that story. That story's not funny either. But that is your memory, Andy's off the charts, man. That is so mint. I'd forgot about him. Singing along at the burger, talking like, ooh, oh, fuck off. Oh, that's so funny, man. That's mental. Crazy, innit, man? I don't know when that was, but yeah. Taddy Lager used to be like 180 a pint, £2 a pint. It's still only like fucking $3.40 now, to be fair. It's still cheap as chips, Taddy Lager, but I can't deny that, Andy. I can't deny that, and I won't deny that. Strachan era was mint. Oh no, I'm certainly not saying it's not. Wilkinson equals league winners, an absolute legend. I hope anybody don't think I'm saying that they wasn't the fucking boyos or mint. That's what I'm saying. I just don't think it gets the praise that like O'Leary era gets. I think Wilkinson's thought better of than O'Leary though, but I don't think it's. I just think it's been missed out. It's like a forgotten part of our history. I may very well be wrong. I might just be literally at the wrong. I think we'd come out. My point is, we'd come out at such a mint point where we were the best team in the land, and then we was actually very good with Wilkinson. Did it go, Dom Revy? Who's... I don't actually know. Because obviously Dickhead came in, didn't he? Dick Slap came in after that, didn't he? But... yeah, they all had a bash at it here, didn't they? I actually didn't know that Eddie Gray had 2 wanks at it. I know Billy Bremner were in there, but I didn't know Eddie Gray had 2 goes at it. Am I getting my fucking dates mixed up here? How many goals Eddie Gray had at it? 2003, yeah, that'd be about right, yeah. Yeah. I am kind of right. I know there's been plenty of managers in there. I knew it wasn't just fucking straight from Don Revy to Wilkinson, but in terms of eras, it is, isn't it? We're getting out of back end of Billy Bremner, and then we're into Howard Wilkinson in 1996. That can't be right. Oh, sorry, 1988. Right, that's better. It finished in 1996. Yeah, then George Graham. Again, I don't want to keep going on, but I just think the Howard Wilkinson, George Graham era is ignored. I mean, George Graham were there 100 games, to be fair. Howard Wilkinson 411 games. That's a long time to be at a football club. 8 years. I think that era was ignored. Gareth Hobson says, at my age, Revy, Wilco and Bielsa, then O'Leary. Is that in 1 to 4, I presume? Because obviously I would imagine O'Leary's not your number 1. So Revy, then Wilkinson. That's what I mean. But does anybody know what I mean about the fact that I don't think Wilkinson spoke about? And my man Gareth there got him in number 2 over Bielsa, which... Obviously, that's what I'm saying. I know I wouldn't on the basis that of Bielsa. I'm O'Leary. Really, my memory is O'Leary. 1998, yeah, my memory is O'Leary. I don't remember even George Graham. I maybe went to a few games of George Graham. I just think that's a forgotten era, even though it's talked about. They used to be all around Leeds all the time. The fucking mint. Paducah man. Jimmy Savile. Grew up watching the Dons' great team, but each team has its own story of their time, either of success or failure. That's a Leeds fan, Mark Bosch. Rain Man. McAllister was a baller 1 year before he left Leeds. He could control a ball on a rock hard pitch in early May. Yeah, it was awesome. Legendary MVG, I like the donkey talk. Joe said you reminded him of Carl Pilkington, and that stuff about the elephants and donkeys was the most Carl Pilkington thing ever. Joe's fucking dealt me a bad hand there, I think. Same here, man. 100% Alfred. I thought you were a beast. And used to be these lads used to sit behind me and slag him off, saying how lazy he were and shit, and I was always so in on Viduka. I thought it was so mint. And I remember when he got them four Liverpool goals, and me and my dad went way home, and I was like, what a signing. This man is like, who have we got here? because it was unique as well to get a centre forward. I know he'd been at Celtic. I mean, I don't want to keep fucking googling stuff. I'm gonna bore everybody to tears here, but we got him from Celtic, I think, didn't we? But had he done all before that? Dynamo Zagreb. He got 40 goals there. To be fair to him, Melbourne Knights, who I don't know naught about, but I would imagine that's just shit Australian football. 40 goals in 48 games. Goes to Dynamo Zagreb. Gets 40 goals in 84 games. Goes to Celtic. Gets 30 goals in 37 games. Then comes to Leeds and gets 5,930. That's disgraceful. Went to Middlesbrough, who were poor. 26 goals in 72 games. Newcastle, 7 goals in 38. 202 goals in 491 appearances. My man Viduka. Some player him. He got a mention as well, actually, on Overlap. Can't remember who were on about Viduka. I think it might have been Carragher. They were on about like how much of a nightmare he was, like how big and tough he was and strong. Which we all know that of him anyway, but... Oh. Understood, MVG, sorry. Well, many did. No way. That is mint, Sean. Hate say it, but if 49ers stick with the Ellen Road best and miss successful days are ahead of us, most successful 100%. Maybe not most successful days on the basis that we have been in domination before. We was the team. And man, Boy is my number one. In this chat, I won't like that though, Dick Dastardly, to be fair. I don't want that for him. I don't know if that will bollocks, you know, Dick Dastardly. Sorry, Stripper. I don't know whether that's nonsense or not. I don't know. I think probably best option, best move. Sorry, Badger. I don't think he really cared. I don't think any of them do. Why is that, Alfred? Understood, Chris. That makes significantly more sense why you've not been a game for however long. How did you meet your missus then, dude? What do you mean, Alfred? You coming for me tonight, Alfred? I don't know what to do. We all love Leeds. Do you know what? I go just to try and dispel the. I don't get booked every single year, but most years I get booked to go play at a festival called Butte Fest that's on the Isle of Bute, and I go and perform there, and it is my favourite festival. It's my favourite gig of the year. I fucking love it, and it's in Scotland. I know it's in an isle, so maybe I don't know. Maybe the Scottish get pissed off with the Isle of Bute, but I don't think they do. It's near Glasgow to some extent. You go to Whimsy Bay, to Rothesay. And it's my favourite by the crowd are mint. Everybody's well up for a blast. It's so much fun. So, for the life of me, I don't know where this Scottish thing's coming from. I really don't. Ripper says, Revy top god, Wilco god, O'Leary demigod, Bielsa god, Farker god elect. Love it. Am I going a bit red? Bosh, Richard. How many signings do you think we need to stay up? I don't think we need to go as mental as everybody makes out. I think we need 3 to 4 proper decent signings. I think if we get 3 proper decent signings in the right positions, I think that'll do us. Boys, we've got 68 people in the room, and I'm going to piss myself. So I need to go for a piss, and I'm going to run and get another bottle of beer. It's going to have to be a can. So it's perfect time for a poll. How many players do we need? And I'm going to see how many people stay for me running and getting a beer and having a piss. How many players do we need in Prem? In brackets, are they allowed to be Scottish? I know you can't answer that, but just put that in the comments. So we'll put 1 to 3 and then none for laugh, and then we'll put 3 to 6, which I think's insane. I don't even know why I've put 6, but if 6+ is... But I say that and people do go in on 6+. But we've got 68 people in the room, boys. 70 now. But I do need a piss so bad, so I'm gonna go for a piss. If you're still here by the time we get back, you are the West Coast Warlords. I'm gonna put this on while I go for a piss, boys.
Yeah, allow me to fuck up all my exes. Nexus, I'm about to kick this motherfucking bitch quicker than my exes. I'm sexist. Best mixed Toyota with the Lexus. I'm restless. I need to kick this shit before it festers. My life's surrounded by 1,000 things just here to test us, just to rest us. My skin's thicker than a bulletproof vest is. I'm invested, the best I'm suggested, the rest can't contest it. Wish I could get up and kick it all the way down to Texas. I'm reckless, a mess in the mind, it's so congested. So pick your best bitch, I'm a wreck for the test it gives. I'm a chef when it comes to cooking messages. I'm the best shit straight from the chest. If it's a mess, then a test, I will rep record and put the shit to rest. Little lizards staying blessed, ragging into each and every single one. Another shit is so incest, I detest, I'm unimpressed. All I do is reinvest, all you do is back down and betch. I'm possessed, I could teach this bitch to fetch. I have never found myself not been correct. I'm a master of the game, as shit is chess. Leave nothing for a guess, I confess. I'm a sucker for this motherfucking Smith and West. Career a jest, just one in the chamber, a willing Russian roulette. Only when it comes to culture, I would never place a serious bet. I slap this bitch up just to visit the vet. I grab this lizard just to feel the effect. This shit is physics, or mechanics are tech. I got a gallon of magnets, and so these atoms are wreck. How do you flatten this set? Do you agree it's gotta be impossible to disrespect? On another level, and nobody really wanna step. Yeah, I'm butter on a beat, a butterfly in effect. I'm only high in a sense, I'm never lying, I'm cleansed. I'm only rhyming for friends, I'm only piping a piper just to frighten and upset. Never biting Mike Tyson, never sitting on a fence. I've heightened the tense, I'm never shy on a fence. I'm only writing for rent, finish line in sight, but I don't know where this shit ends. I'm politely inviting you, take your rights and just blend. I own the right to offend, if I'm a kite then I'm high and tight, till the motherfucking end.
In a remarkable twist, what have we got left? 62, we lost 8. And now nobody can see me. We lost 8. You boys are the boyos. We only had a fucking... Problem is, we've got 1 bottle left and I don't want a cider. And I really don't want that. So... That's awful. I don't like Foster's whatsoever. Where were we? Paul, oh my word. 3 to 6, 60%. Yes, the physical brother. That is my physical brother, boys and Bob. He will be there in Times Square on Monday in full feist. He'll be there fully fledged in feist. Feisty as ever. Oh my God! Who was here last week when we spoke about Candyman? Candyman, we discussed how many times Candyman was, how many times you had to say Candyman, and we discussed how many times you had to say Beetlejuice, and then I pondered whether my brother lived near Fulham. And then this is for everybody's ears, for anybody that listened last week. Does anyone remember this? And because this is so uninteresting, but also very interesting to me at the time. What an insane message I've just received in my WhatsApp. That is... I'm sure he's a nice guy, but that's mental. I'll get some random shit in my fucking thing. So, do you remember Ena? Because it was asked. It was like, where we're at. So, I don't know if this will come through, to be fair, but I need to check this is the right voice message actually first.
No way, I can't believe we've only just picked
Right, we're in. So it was at
we've only just picked this up now.
It was at work, was the old boy. I'm hoping this works loud enough.
No way, I can't believe we've only just picked this up now when I would be literally people waiting on the edge of their seats for this. But it doesn't quite work anymore if it's not in the chat. But I know the answers. I think I know the answer anyway. 5, Candyman, 3, Beetlejuice, and yes, I did. Fulham were my team. The Craven Cottage Raw. Used to go see them. Just walk down the road to Craven Cottage and go and watch Fulham play. Whoever could get really cheap tickets. Could get them for like £5 sometimes. I'm gutted. I couldn't contribute to the chat. I don't know how people would have gone to sleep last night.
So all answers were correct because obviously we had to Google it at that point. We had to Google it at that point, and everything answered correctly, and mine as well, because I said he did live near Fulham, and my geography, for want of not knowing, is horrific. So I'm proud of not only myself, I'm proud of being represented by my brother, my physical brother. It's a proud moment all round. I don't know how many people are in here that was in here last week, to be fair, so that might just be absolute jargon. But it is Candyman 5 times, it is Beetlejuice 3 times, and he did live near Fulham. Getting tickets for a Fulham game for a £5, I would imagine I don't want to bring him back in, because I'm pretty sure they were in Prem. But, the risk of bringing him back in, I don't want to put it on him again. But I'm pretty sure when our days were down south, Fulham will have been in Prem. If you're watching Premier League football, that is Premier League. For a £5, that is some going, isn't it? Take it easy, Dr. Kouros. Yes, Richard. Nowhere near Glasgow. You drive through Glasgow. It's closer to Glasgow than I am now. Yes, Mark, what you saying? When are you next at a game? We need to meet properly. You caught me in the worst weekend of my life. Not of my life, that's absolute bollocks. Clem Fandango, yes. I wrote to Jim, will fix it, to train. I don't know. Oh, all right. I wrote into Jim will fix it to train with Leeds United. Yeah, he'd have taken your places, but I'm not sure. 9 signings, Mark. Fucking hell. To be fair, 3 to 6 he's getting all of them. 7%'s got 0, which I'm up for. Pretty mint. But I mean, 0's not enough. Well, it's deeply insulting, Andy. That's the type of shit that gets you in Just Joe's jail, mate. Yes, Chickers. Chickers knows all the boyos. Revy, Bielsa, Wilco and O'Leary. Yeah. I think I said 3 times for Candyman. I thought Candyman war. I did think Candyman war. Was it in Prem, Dave? Yeah, they were in the Prem and it was a 5. That is mental, isn't it? Fucking hell, that is mental. There's a menace. The ladies. There's a menace in general, but particularly with the ladies. Dave's defo a menace. Getting in and on and over here, Dave. You're getting the love. Dave Crawley in the middle wicket of the Bros. Takes 2 hours to drive through my homeland. Depends how fast you're driving though, doesn't it, mate? Andy Rowe, Revy, Wilco, Bielsa way back 3rd. O'Leary's players took the piss out of him. I don't think that's true, Andy. O'Leary... The O'Leary era is really weird to me. Candyman used to like randomly ship me up. It used to scare me a bit, but I never really watched it all the way through, to be fair. And then they did that remake, didn't they? And I wanted to go watch it, but I couldn't be asked. I don't watch films at all, truth be told. I don't watch films, I don't watch series at all. I can't be asked. I'm either on computer when we cock and balls out, or I'm making a track, or I'm completing YouTube. So I'm not saying I don't procrastinate, boys. So, but in terms of what sitting down, what film I'll do a film. But watching a series, I've no chance. I can't get through a series. I can, but I'll kill it that night, and then it's 6 in the morning, and I think you're wasting your life. My mum's like, you know, when people have got that voice in the mind, like the subconscious mind. Mine's just my mum's, unfortunately. So, well, not unfortunately, it's quite nice. But she's still here, by the way. But, well, not here. She might not be in here, but she's not here. She's not, well, she still lives on the earth. Sorry, Badger. We're having a bit of a meltdown here, Badger. You'll have to excuse me, sir. Or ma'am. Or ma'am, not ma'am. Ma'am's me ma'am. Right, I'll try this again. My inner voice is my mum. And she goes like, right, fucking, she doesn't swear. I'm doing a real disservice here. Basically, what I'm saying is, if I'm like gloating about or I'm watching a series of something, my mum's my subconscious brain, my subconscious voice, where you normally have somebody telling you like, you're doing the wrong thing. Well, that inner voice is my mum's voice. It's obviously not my mum. She's not like hardwired. Maybe we're all in Matrix. Who knows? But it is in the tone of my mum, and she's like, out of bed, up, no more moping about. Oh, and I'm like, right, yeah. I still don't do it. Like, I still go, still like a moody teenager, but behave, Chickers. I've offered her number out too many times, and you've bottled it. You've bottled it every time, and not a number that you've bottled. You've bottled taking it. You couldn't handle her. Strong woman. Thank you, Christopher Walker. I appreciate you, man. I would really appreciate. I'm bringing out. I can't spell my own fucking name. If you type that into Google, boys, to YouTube. Thank you, Danny. I truly appreciate it. I'm gonna bring out a daily thing. So I'm in my computer room every day, like making bullshit. and I don't do all. I do stuff with like 1% of the things that I make. So I'm gonna do a beats by day. I'm gonna start it in a couple of weeks. I need to get a few in front, because the problem is if I get to a point, if I'm working on something and I actually like it, I'll end up wanting to do something with it, and I'll try to get it out or pass it on to other people or whatever. So I need to dedicate an hour a day to it, basically. But as I say, if I actually crack on with something that I like, it'll end up taking me a few hours, and then I won't get. So I'm gonna basically, once I get in front of myself enough, I'm gonna release a beats by day podcast. So if you go over to my JackCity page and subscribe, I'd proper appreciate it. If we can get them views up, it could be a game changer for me. So it could be. I'm a hipper-hopper guy, but it'll be daily. I don't put enough on there. I get a lot of subscribers, and how the world works with the youth of today, they go, the subscribers, they bail out. So they come in, they go, he's not uploading out, and they go, it means something to them just for some reason, which I appreciate. Alfred Tam, that's probably the nicest thing anybody's ever said to me, so thank you, sir. Andy, going back at the chat, I think Andy wants the heat. Andy wants the heat from the chat. Cheers, chickers. And no, I'm not welcome, Christopher Walker. Truly, it's I'm not welcome. It depends, doesn't it? It depends. Alfred, I'm up for that statement, but I don't know if I am. It's like, what do you mean? What, to me, like, it's like saying, like, are you a piano player when I can play a little bit of piano, but am I a piano player? Like, no. So until my rapping actually does something for me, other than, you know, the odd gig that I've thoroughly enjoyed, but, you know, I'm not, unfortunately. Just, you know, I can play a bit of piano, I can rap a bit. Unfortunately, I'm not a rapper. I wish I could say to you, yes, I'm a rapper, but it's probably the last thing I am in terms of actually making some money. So, well, I appreciate it, Alfred, but as I've just stated in not so many words, I would have agreed with you a while ago, but I don't think I am. Yes, chickers. If only everybody knew games as well as you knew it, chickers. If only. The youth. We never got to the youth. Rock and roll. Sold my soul to the devil. You move your hands like a rapper, Jack. Why is it that people do that with their hands once they start spitting? Truth be told, MVG, I don't know. I know that I do that also. It's I don't know whether that's through watching, like, Monkey See, Monkey Do, copycat. Probably is. Could just be a copying. It's just a thing that rappers do, like what R&B artists shake that booty, don't they? It's just a thing you do. I don't know whether it doesn't make a difference. I do think it like sometimes the if I go flipping the rhythm, I want to be winning, I want to be bigger than minimum, that will keep me, there's a pulse to that. But, you know, if you're just on about like throwing my hands about, it's probably just quite random. Or if I really mean something, it's like, and then it sets you up to go in. But Mark Jones, your man don't sleep. I paid about 25 times what you mean you're not a rapper. What do you mean? Robot Wheelhouse. Have you ever commented on my channel before, brother? That seems like a new name. The hands are always channeling the power of truth, bruh. Boosh! I'll take it. Take it like nobody took it. Wait, what did you buy? single, Alfred Tam? Big 79p. To be fair, yeah. Although, you know, you'll all like Liam and Noel Gallagher, it's did all like the and after all. Quite possibly AO, yeah. Yes, Alfred. I can't remember what number we got to. We did well, you know. It was good. Take it easy, Gareth. Thank you, dude. No idea. I think, you know, to go back to bung 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 ba-dung, bung bung ba-dung, bung bung ba-dung. I can't fucking the hip, the hop, the hibbit. It was no one in Scotland, according to Ming. Not according to me. Not according to me. According to Ming, it was no one in Scotland. Mark Jones, am I the only gadget without a badger? I would argue, just on that rhyming basis, you've got all the badger you require, brother. It's within. You've got the badger within. Alfred, what do you mean? I don't think we got to number 1, to be fair, but we got somewhere near. It got to like 4 something in no. It got nowhere near in the overall charts. It got to like 40 odd. But in the hip hop charts, I think it got. I don't think I got to 1 because fucking Eminem dropped an album that day. Thought laugh. But it got to, I think, like number 4 or something. It beat a few Eminem tracks, which is insane. I only lasted up in charts for about 2 days, but still crazy what you boys did for me. You're all absolute West Coast warlords, honestly. It's legendary. Robot Wheelhouse, I'm newly subbed, saw you on Just Joe panel with Lockie and Andrea the other day. Just doing my bit to enhance algorithms, all leads that way. Thank you, dude. Appreciate it, man. That's my favourite, that's my goated panel when I'm on with Lockie, Andrea, Luke from Ought to Know Better, and obviously Joe. That is my favourite panel. I feel like I can talk freely and say what I want and not get words put in my mouth or feel like I have to not be me. I feel really comfortable. So that is definitely my goated panel. And they're all genuinely really nice lads, them lads. Lockie's videos are mint as well. More than worth checking out. His ace. Boy knows his onions. I'm going to end this poll now. I've got 36 votes. 3 to 6 players, which is a bit vague in fairness, because that could be what I think, which is 3, but it could also be not what I think with 6, so I've played myself a bit, but MVG being lovely to me. Well, Alfred, it's a real shame that, Alfred. Jack, do you need to be in a reflective mood to write a song at your peak? No, I need to be happy. I cannot. I can make a track, but I can't. If I ain't happy, I can't write a rap for love and money. Even if it's sad. Boom, Muppets, take it easy, Sean. Even if the track's sad, I can't. I just need to be happy. Or no, I don't mean literally happy. I'm never happy. I'm never like, as Mike Tyson would say, like I'm never like ha ha hoo hoo hoo, like happy. I'm never happy. But I need to not be worried about no. Take it easy, Mark Jones. Cheers for tuning in. The original Stig. Got my Pampers on. Off to the dark side. Up at 5:15. Bosh, big lad. Take it easy. Have a good day tomorrow, man. You never say no. G60 Nick, is this the first comment of the night from G60? You're normally all in. I appreciate you, big man. You're a creator. You need to listen to your album more and believe. Push the next one out, and the artist will flow. Thank you, dude. It's very, very, very kind of you. What? Take it easy, dude. I've received a WhatsApp from Chickers, which I think I'd briefly. It's a photo, I think. So I'll have to check out. He's on the inside, you see, boys. What a beautiful thing. He takes a badger to work with him, does Chickers. I don't know if the two things are related or just by chance. I'd get that on screen, but I don't know if it's too much, Chickers. I don't know if you want your badger exposed. We'll go serious for a second here, boys. Well, not serious. Nothing serious, is it? But centre mid partnership. Who's most important? Gruev, Tanaka, Ampadu, Rothwell. Oh, I can't add another. I wanted to put Gilavogi in Fat Laugh because I was hoping Gilavogi would win. But on a serious note, and before you just instantly like press. Oh no, just instantly press who you think. To be fair, who do you think? Who's most important in a partnership? Who's irreplaceable? Tanaka's going to dominate here because he's already at 56%. 60% Tanaka, 60% Tanaka. 57 people in room, boys. Let's proper have a go at this. See if we can get these votes to 50. Because I'm genuinely, truly interested what people think to this. Tanaka and Ampadu are having it out, but we're only 13, 14 votes in. Go on, try and everybody vote on that, boys. I'm truly interested in that. It's out of Tanaka and Ampadu already. 50% Tanaka. It's evening out. Ampadu 47%, 47% Tanaka. Ampadu's in lead. Fucking, this is like watching a horse race. This is ace. Ampadu's in lead. Rothwell's not had a single vote, poor lad. Alfred, honestly, you're hurting my feelings, man. Come on, Alfred, you're already on Just Jaws. I've seen you over there. I've seen you over there. I do remember that in VG, yeah, because you put and because actually when he said it out loud, I thought, well, that's not right, because you said sorry if like I can't remember if you put cats out the bag or something, or sorry if I wasn't meant to know, but Joe did reveal it, and then Paul Lockie had to go, well, I haven't actually got it yet, but he will get it. Will Lockie? Lockie really does know what he's on about. He's a beast. He's one of the youngest lads as well. I don't know if I'm talking out of turn now. But he said I think there's only one lad his age there. But I think that's mint, because I think that's mint for Lockie. I think, he's basically getting on with it. A young man. It's like his ace. Who knows what Lockie could end up doing? It's mint. I would truly, from the bottom of my heart, wish him every single success. It'd be awesome if he could just anything. He definitely has, and the Lockie will sit and watch. I was talking to him the other week. He'll sit and watch like an individual player, like endlessly. Like they ask for information on certain players and stuff, and he'll just sit and watch them. Just the player, doesn't watch the game. He doesn't watch the ball. Doesn't watch even the structure of the teams, which he does do as well. Obviously, watches the tactical structure of teams. just watches the individual and what he does. If he's playing centre mid, what he does when their centre back has the ball, what's he doing? What does he do when your centre back has the ball? What's he doing when they strike? You know, it's literally like, it's crazy. It's crazy. That's hard to do. Yeah, sky's the limit, fat lad. Whatever happened to Kate, who was on Joe's show? I don't know, Kate, to be fair, Mark. Don't know. We need to get a top striker, G60 Nicks in here, creative 10 and a defender, and that will do moving into Prem. Love it. Learn, not upset the apple cart. Do 3 max through the transfer windows. I agree, G60 Nick, wholeheartedly. Top striker, I think that never ends. I think you can always get, unless you get to, you know, I mean, even Haaland's going through what you'd argue a bad patch, but Man City have been a bit shit of late. But you always need a top striker. 10s are really hard to get, but we definitely 10's something we simply must look at. Basically, you're on about the spine team there, aren't you? You've got your striker 10 and a central defender like top. And I think we've got enough in centre of midfield for now. I don't think bringing in more than 3 is any good. I agree with you. I think if you start bringing more in, you just pissing around with the equilibrium of the squad. Unless you're bringing in seasoned shit, you know, spiced shit. Unless you're bringing in players that you just know are significantly improving the side. AO says, music is like food. A lot of people do everything right to produce something that's familiar instead of mixing and mashing together to produce something unique like a vegetable cheesecake. I think the problem with my music is it is a vegetable cheesecake and nobody likes it, dude. That's the problem. Yeah, I would vote Ampadu there. We're on 22 votes. Come on, 48 in chat. Let's get this up to 40. Come on, boys. Let's get Ampadu up in there, up in this bitch. A couple of people voted for Gruev, to be fair, which is good. Robot Wheelhouse. I said Ampadu. Assuming he's not playing at centre-back, he affects the game with more than his play these days. Vital cog. Ampadu, I honestly think, is the man. I think he's integral to us going forward and succeeding. I think it's based on, I actually think this, a few beers in granted, but I actually think Ampadu's improvement, I think we will grow with Ampadu, and to the point where Ampadu, whatever level Ampadu gets to, I think is where we will be in the next 5 years. I think if Ampadu, I'm putting that on his door, the poor lad. But I think wherever Ampadu can get to, I think he's the type of player that will carry the club to that level. Because I honestly think it matters. I think it needs a nucleus of a couple of players that don't piss off, that stay with the growth and they grow with the team, and I think they hold everything together. And then I think something needs to be built around. The managers are not built around anymore, are they? The managers are by the wayside, aren't they? Farker will probably be gone in a few years. If it goes to a bit shit in second year at Prem, say, we might bomb him. I'd never said that previously, but it's just the truth, isn't it? But Ampadu will stay. If Ampadu stays, I think whatever level Ampadu gets to, I think is where we'll get to. I think if Ampadu's not the skipper that I think he is, I think we might go down and he might move on. But I think if my man Ampadu can keep us up the first year, keep us up the second year while improving, and we still hold the nucleus of my man Ampadu. I know that's crazy level of I know that's one heck of a lot of responsibility at the man's door, but I truly believe that. I think the downfall of Bielsa's side was the core wasn't. It wasn't ready. It wasn't young enough to be Ampadu, Dan James. It wasn't that. I know we had Dan James, but Dan James was it was a different time even in his career. I truly do believe that. I think Cooper, what we had before were Cooper, Alioski, Click, Ayling, and I think they were at the back end of the careers. Bielsa came in and made them better players, and then we fell. I think that was the fall. I think the fall from grace. Whereas I'm hoping with what we've got here, everybody, my man Ampadu, is on the. We're all on the way up together. I think that's what's important. I've probably gone a long-winded way about saying that, but I really mean that. I think the downfall of Bielsa was. I don't believe this bollocks about. I don't think he got enough investment. I don't believe this bollocks about that he didn't want a bigger squad and all that stuff. I think that's a load of bullshit. I really do. Eric Beavan, I reckon Tanaka in centre mid, but the team Ampadu as his captain and can play centre back. I think, to be fair to that argument there, Eric, there's actually an argument to say Tanaka's the most important within that partnership, and then making sure Ampadu's in there even with him. I know you're saying centre back there, but there is half an argument to say the most important player in that partnership's Tanaka, but I want Ampadu in with him. Do you know what I mean? I know that's maybe not what you're saying, but I think that's a fair argument. Shite, Jack. I pressed Ampadu thinking it was a centre-back partnership. I blame me batting away my detractors all night. The best partnership at the club is Ampadu and Rothwell. Fucking hell, can you imagine? If channel were bigger, that would be chopped up and I'd be sent around Twitter. But the best partnership at the club is Ampadu and Rodon. I believe that. I believe when we go to the Premier League, that changes because we don't have as much of the ball. I think Struijk, Struijk, Pascal is a better central defender in terms of pure defensive work than Ampadu. But we have all the ball in the Championship and Ampadu is so much better on the ball. Ampadu is a centre midfielder. I don't know if Ampadu is a centre midfielder. I get really stuck with this. It pisses me off a bit, to be fair. It can be both. We do this thing now where, like, modern footballers can't actually be specialists in two positions. It's like they are either the best number 6 at the club, and that means they can't be the best centre-back at the club. I think Ampadu... I don't know until it gets put on Ampadu. I think there's a chance he's probably the best centre back at the club as well. How good? Say for instance, I'm being serious here. So like, how mint? I'm not going to use Messi because it's just. Well, fuck it. I will. I mean, I won't imagine Messi. Well, could you imagine Messi not being able to play centre back? And I know I'm probably going to get heavers for that, but Messi would find a way to be the best centre back in the world. I can't see it. Football, the hardest thing to do in football is be creative and score goals, isn't it? Messi was the master of that. So if you're doing like the defensive easy stuff, he'd have to be able to find a way to be able to play. I mean, can you imagine Messi as a left back? You'd be talking like, it'd be Carlos times 30, wouldn't it? It'd be insane. Messi's got size against him a little bit at centre-back, but I think he'd be able to negate it. You'd maybe win an header, but you wouldn't get anywhere near ball. You wouldn't get it off him neither. Can you imagine Messi with a bit of time on ball at centre-back? I just think that the harder the role, centre-mid's a harder role than centre-back. Does everybody agree with that? It's harder to play centre-mid than it is to play centre-back. It's harder to play in the 10 role than it is centre-mid. It's harder to play in the 10 role than it is centre-back. It's up for debate whether playing up top is harder than playing in 10. I'm up for it. We can have a debate about that, whether you think that's right or not. I think 10's probably the hardest position on the pitch. I think just being a winger, I think wingers deserve a bit of respect, you know, because I think in certain sides it's so hard to play out wide. It's so hard. You get the ball super rarely. At a shit level, if you don't, you're given the ball and you've had the ball, if you don't do something with it, if you don't deliver, as in you're on the halfway line, you as a winger don't really want the ball on the halfway line. If you're a centre mid, you can get ball on the halfway line, move it about, you're doing well, you're constantly in game. If you're a winger and you get it on the halfway line, what do? I can't move it, I can't give it back to my right back. I know they can in professional football, because the idea is you all get further up. But at a shit level, it's rock hard being a winger. Rock hard. Because you're expected to contribute to going forward, even though the team probably aren't going forward. Wingers need some respect, but it is not as hard as central positions. But I would argue, in a good side, I think it's easier to play Tanaka and Ampadu's role than it is to do what James and Solomon are doing this year. I don't know if anybody could even argue with that. I think it's rock hard to perform every week like James and Solomon are doing. I think it's rock hard to do what Tanaka and Ampadu have done at middle. I think it's rock hard to do what Gruev's doing. I think it's rock hard to do what Rothwell's doing. Any attacking position is... I'll stop now, because I feel like I'm just waffling. Danny Bowen says, Lockie knows his onions. He certainly does indeed. Robot Wheeler says, Lockie will go far. His eyes for tactics and scouting is next level. Can't wait to see him on the touchline for Leeds one day. I'm going to screenshot that if that's alright with you, Robot Wheelhouse. And I'm going to send him Lockie will appreciate that. That's a really nice comment. So if you don't mind me passing that on, I'm sure you've said it on his own channel, but yeah, I think Lockie deserves that being sent. So 78 RPM, we are so good because none are irreplaceable. Any pairing is great, certainly at this level. We find out more next season, but could get a surprise best of the quartet. Yeah, Tanaka, after 28 votes, has taken the biscuit. Gruev's got 4%. Ampadu's got 39%. When that gets to 30, I'll stop it. So we need 2 more votes, boys. Bang them in. How long ago? How come I don't know Kate, Andy? My Leeds podcasters is very limited, by the way. I don't know any of them other than the ones I know, which is the most ludicrous thing you'd ever say ever. 2-1 Alfred, I reckon. I think Sunderland will come hard, but I think we've got the number. I think we'll be all right. I'm excited about that game though. But as I say, both my brothers are going. It's going to be a right night. It's going to be mint. Hank Wyman. To be fair, I voted Ampadu, and you may very well have swayed me there because I said Tanaka because he's the most versatile. He's a good CDM and a great centre midfielder. Yeah, he can do when he was in there with Rothwell, he plays the Ampadu role very well. When he's in there with Ampadu or Gruev, he plays the Rothwell role really well. So in fairness to Tanaka, he can do both. I think he's better in the 8, but I wholeheartedly agree with you, Hank. Yes, he can do the 6. Probably, well, no, definitely. Tanaka can do the 6 better than Gruev can do the 8. He can do the 6 better than Ampadu can do the 8. And he can do the 6 better than Rothwell can do the 8. So, even though I would vote Ampadu, I think you've got me. I think you've got me unstuck there, big lad. Just to bring it back to the vegetable cheesecake, my ex-girlfriend could have been described as a vegetable cheesecake, which A lot of the time with Chickers, a lot of the time with Churros UK's comments, I can just leave them at the screen and just be like, what do you reckon to that, boys? Like, you go from here, go with what you think from here on in. And that's it. It's a wonderful thing, so I can just be like, read. I know I said read it and weep, but you don't have to weep. You read it and laugh, read it and weep, read it and bleed. I don't know. Just read it and do what you want afterwards. AO says, Amps and Tanaka in midfield will be key to our Premier League campaign with Rothwell on the bench. Gruev can find a new club, in my opinion. That's controversial comment of the day. That is controversial, dude. I think that's well harsh on Gruev. I was loving it, and then Gruev came in there and I was like, brutal. But I don't mind you being brutal around here, AO. You're allowed to be brutal in and on and over here. But I think Gruev, I don't think we should fuck around with that 4. I think we should keep the 4. I think we should sign Rothwell and keep the boys in there. And I think we'll find... I think the pieces of the jigsaw will change. I think we'll need them all. Do you know what I mean? I think it'll move around during the season. Much like it did this season, in all fairness. It started, didn't it? Gruev and Ampadu never gonna... No, Rothwell never looked like he was getting a look in. Then Rothwell comes in, turns out to be a Donny. I think can be the next poll, to be fair. But we're not at 30 votes yet. Come on, boys. 52 people in room. Get another vote in, then I can close that poll. Amps for me, says Ming. I can't help but think... I know my man... Alfred. I can't remember who convinced me. This is what happened. Who convinced me? Hank convinced me. But I still can't get away from the fact I think Amp's the man. But Hank did convince me otherwise. I don't know, Andy. You're obsessed with this. I don't know. I can't get away from Amps, me. I just can't. Take it easy, Joe. Shit, I didn't know you were going, dude. I don't know if you might have already gone. Because I think I'm well behind it, because I've gone on a couple of rambles. But take it easy, Joe. And if you have gone, I'm just saying it for the chats. Joe's Depp's a ledge. Joe Depp's right at the start of the season, 20 goals. If Peru gets you 20 goals, should he just start every game? And we were all like, yep. And long behold, I think he's going to get them 20 goals, Joe. Sripper says that would be my partnership, Tanaka and Amps. It would be mine also, dude. Let me try to catch up with comments here, boys. Sorry. Joe's getting some buys, but we won't leave them at the waistline. Joe deserves his buys. What date in May do we get the Tin Pot Trophy and go fucking mental in Millennium Square? Well, we will. I think they'll wait. I think the big party will wait till the last game of the season, innit? That's away though, innit? I think the last game of the season's at Plymouth away, innit? I said I were going to rattle through these as well. I think our last game's away. Plymouth Argyle away. That doesn't really matter. It might just mean that everybody piles in afterwards. I think it'll still be a last day at season war, Piglet. So if you are making a journey up, I still think it'll be a last day at season jobby. Nobody's going to organise a party like if we get promoted 4 games before end. I don't think. I think it'll still be a 3rd of May party job. Ampadu is effectively a Chelsea reject. I agree, Andy Rowe. We've set the stall now. Hank says, I don't think Ampadu is offensive enough at the moment. Through balls, counter attack, headers. He's less offensive. I think that's the yin and yang in it. That's why we need players like Tanaka in there. That's why Ampadu and Gruev get stick, because even though they are I don't think it's negative, that centre mid partnership. I think we're more even going forward now as well. I think it's less highlighted now, if I'm honest. I think Solomon, James, Aronson and Peru were like a unit going forward, and I don't think we had the unit last year. So, yeah, I don't think we had the unit last year that we've got now. So I think the Ampadu and Gruev popping it side to side started to piss people off on the basis that it was going out to Somerville. If he couldn't do out with it, no, it happened. James was stood out in loads of space because the teams knew that we're probably going to go towards Somerville. It's like listening to a pop track, and I love pop music, but it's like listening to a pop track and being like, next chord will probably be G. So there she is. War Piglet getting the love. Badger Mickey. Just farted and my cat spewed a dreamy out. I'm glad you've got cats. That's all I care about. Got two, they're tremendous. 100% agree. Ampadu could go down as a club legend when he retires. A lot of our current players could possibly go into a decent Premier League squad. I mean, Tudor Rose getting the love he deserves. If Ampadu played like he did against Millwall, he wouldn't last long in the Premier League. That was a terrible game, Andy. G60 Nick. I think Farker will stay a while as 49ers will spend the bucks and we will be stable and climb well. But as I mentioned, it will grow steady unless we get disruption of losing players. Yeah, you're up and we're in that mid band where nobody really actually comes in for the boyos because they're not that good. It's like a weird middle ground, isn't it? Where you don't want the players that just come and get bitten up, like snapped up. And we might find ourselves sort of within that. I think a good year in the Premier League will change that. If Tanaka has a really good year in the Premier League, he'll get snapped up the year after. What you hope doesn't happen is, 'cause what you don't want to be doing is replacing whatever goes well next year. You don't want to then be having to replace the year after, do you? You want to be able to go, well, that went well. So say the centre mids, what we've just been on about, all four of them, we signed Rothwell, and all four of them have done enough that year, and we've worked it out who the best partnership is, and that sticks. You don't want to lose them. You don't want to lose two or one, and then be like, shit, that hole needs filling now. You want to be able to look elsewhere and go, right, but this didn't work. Sorry, Badger. This didn't work. You know what I mean? That's why I think Ampadu's so integral. Because if he sits in there, we can build around the nucleus of my man Ampadu. Amps is more of a defensive midfielder, that he is. Who would you rather have only one? Ampadu all day over Gruev for me. It'd be mad for me to say Gruev after the 10-minute woof I've just gone on about my man Ampadu. I forgot what I said, Mingy. I did not legendary MVG, no. But I know an Henri story which is pretty mint, where he was on about he got piss taken out of him in a training session, and Messi just went, bear in mind that Barcelona team, I mean, it's worth just for the sake of it rattling off some names with that Barcelona team with Henri in it. Because he basically went and got it off at keeper. Valdez in net, Marquez, Puyol, Xavi, Iniesta, Eto'o, Ronaldinho, Zambrotta, Thierry Henry, Silvinho, Edmilson, Lionel Messi, Deco, Thuram, Abidal, Yaya Toure. I don't even think that's the team I'm on about, because I'm on about the David Villa team. But even that team's fucking disgusting, isn't it? But I'm on about the team that the best team for me were when Pedro were in it. Pedro, David Silva, Henry, Messi. It's just like bonkers. And basically, they were getting piss taken out of him a bit. And he went and took it off at goalkeeper and just beat everybody. Just took them all on and just put it in. It's just like... And Henry said he's never seen a footballer do that. I must be so far behind if we're on about Messi being at left back here, boys. I'm extremely sorry how far behind I am here. Do I skip forward or do I try and rattle through? I'm going to try and rattle through. Messi in his prime could probably have gotten away with filling a gap anywhere on the pitch except maybe goalkeeper. Agreed. I think we should buy Rutter back when we get back up. And Archie, you wouldn't say no, would you? Oh, Andy. Winger's easy job, hug the touchline, cross balls into danger area. David Ginola style. You mean like one of the literally like a Premier League legend that played for a pretty shit club that every single defender has said that's ever played against him was horrific to play against, and everybody was like, why is David Ginola at these shit clubs? He played for loads of shit clubs, did David Ginola. I think he played for Tottenham. I think, did he play for Villa or some shits maybe towards the end of his... Everton, Villa. David Ginola, dude, that honestly, that won't go down well. Newcastle, Paris Saint-Germain, granted before all money. Newcastle, Tottenham, Villa and Everton. Everton 5 games, so obviously end of his career. Come on, Andy, you don't mean that. David Ginola style. Fucking hell. Right, hang on a minute. I'm going to have to put a stop to that. Oh, I've had 36 votes. Tanaka's won it. Ampadu in second, Grove third. Was Ginola mint? Come on, Andy. And David Ginola's maybe slightly before I really understood what was going on. Yeah, 97 when he were at Newcastle, which I think is when he were mint. He were brilliant at Tottenham. I'd be real surprised if this is a no for David Ginola. Danny Bowden went to see Barcelona versus Granada at Nou Camp in 2019, was a couple of minutes late, back from half-time, beers, and missed the only goal of the game. Ball was just hitting the back of the net, love it. It's not the same as Nou Camp, but it happened to me and my brother at Ellen Road this season when I think Solomon got that goal in, well, it's Solomon, in 30 seconds, and we were like, oh, fucking hell, missed a goal. Mint. Messi was the scorer as well. That is awful, man. That's awful. 78 RPM. My controversial tip for next season's surprise is Gruev. I have a feeling he may step up easier and kick on. In this poll this season, I went with Ampadu though. That is also 78 RPM. I would say on that, I think that's pretty cool mind process, because we're on about now, aren't we? Whereas next season, that answer could dramatically change, like you say. I'm saying Ampadu right now, but let's do that poll this time next season. Let's see who's the most important then. Very interesting. No doubt we will forget 78 RPM. There's no doubt in my mind that we will forget about this by next season. So it's up to you to remember. But I will do that poll again, because I do believe that will be... I actually think I'll hunker down into Ampadu, because I think this time next year, I think we'll start really well, and then I think it'll waver. So I think in February next year we'll be like, right, it's gone to tits a bit. We were doing well. We got a few wins. We were hopefully about 8th, and then, 5 games in, and then now we're 13th, 14th, 15th. That'd be a brilliant year, wouldn't it, really? You want to be sort of safe before Christmas, don't you, in reality? I've told you about Kate numerous times. You must have a limited memory. I do, to be fair, dude. Incidentally, when are you going to pay up on that what £100 bet? What £100 bet? Well, I swear on my life, CH, if I get enough views on this channel, I swear on my life, I can't promise you I'll be talking at all times, but I'll sit in this chair, man. I swear on my life. As long as you let me make some music and stuff in between, I'll just humour you in between. Ayo's taking back the vegetable cheesecakes. He says it was a bad example. So when was the last time anyone ate a lasagna made of chicken? I don't mind a chicken lasagna. I've never had one, but I can imagine it being alright. Top Bananas in. I thought we were going to miss him tonight. It is indeed Jules D, yes. Well, I've still got a bit. Once a month, mate. Well, I've still got some. Over 3 hours. Fucking, I didn't realise, Andrew. Didn't even realise. The clock watchers don't, believe it or not, they don't enter these chats. They do not enter. For good reason, to be fair. Is JackCity going to release a song for when we win the league? I'm going to release some music soon, but I've got some stuff I want to get on my channel. The idea, War Piglet, would be if I can get my JackCity channel to generate some buzz. If I can get... I can't put content out enough, so I'm going to put some bullshit out like I did on this channel when I started this. And I was just myself and just did dumb shit. Spoke about footy. I'm going to do the same thing in music and see if it catches on. If it can catch like this has, there's a much bigger scope for the music channel. Sorry, Badger. And then we'll see. And then I can actually plan releases. It's just, I don't know, I suffer from, I never used to when I was younger, to be fair, but I suffer from the worst self-doubt. I'm sure we all do. So I'm not being a minge here. I'm not after some sympathy or something, but I suffer from horrendous. The only person that cares about my music is me. And it's horrendous. I wish I didn't care about it and you lot did. Like, I mean, in a bad way. I mean, like, I wish you hated it and I didn't care. I'd bring it out, but because I hate it, I won't bring it out. It's fucking bonkers, man, what your brain does to you, but eggs is eggs. Leave me out of it, Andy. Leave me out of it. Robert Wheelhouse. Does anyone think any of the squad could get poached by rival Premier League clubs next season? I find it hard to believe they wouldn't want to stay as a group and stay up with Leeds. Maybe I'm blindly optimistic. I don't think they want to stay together, if I'm honest, Robot Wheelhouse. I think they do until an offer comes in. And then I think if Tottenham come in, I think they'll go. I think if Villa come in, they'll go. I think if Newcastle come in, they'll go. I think if Brighton come in, they'll go. I think if West Ham come in, they'll go. Let me go for Premier. Let me try find the Premier League teams that I think you could potentially reject. Long behold, it's not going to be a surprise to anybody, but it'll be all bottom teams. Southampton, Ipswich, Leicester, they won't go because they'll be in Championship. Wolves, maybe they'd hold out. Would probably, hopefully, be better than Wolves. Everton are shit. They've been shit for ages, but I mean, Bournemouth are 7th, Brentford are 11th, Fulham are 9th, Villa are 8th. It's one hell of a Premier League, this. This is one hell of a Premier League now, boys. It is one hell of a Premier League. Fuck me. Because I won't class, and this is silly, but I won't class Wolves as that bad. And they've got 19 points this season. And I know they're bad. I know they've been bad. But I won't class them as... They've won 5 games this season. West Ham have won 7. West Ham have got 27 points and they're in 16th position. 27 points is shit. But they're in 16th, so that sort of replicates where they should be. But then Wolves are in 17th and they've got 19 points. Southampton have got 9 points. They've won 2 games all season. But these teams, you know, your Fulhams, your Crystal Palaces, I don't know how they'll get on next year. But Brentford, Notts Forest have had a tremendous year, but I think they'll collapse. Wolves, Villa, I think I actually really rate Unai Emery, so I think they'll probably hold on to where they're at, the trajectory that they're on. But next year, I think Notts Forest will be shit, to be honest. I know that's really rude to say, because they're literally 5 points in front of Chelsea right now, 3 points behind Arsenal, 10 points behind Liverpool, which is a big gap, but, you know, the third, basically, in league. But I just think they'll collapse, and Tottenham will come on better, Scum will be better, West Ham, Everton, I don't know about West Ham, but Everton will probably be decent under Moyes next year, won't they? Fulham will collapse a bit. I don't know. I know I've gone off on a tangent there, but nobody do it how we does it. That's what the Underlap does, doesn't it? So... Well, Danny Bowden, as much as you know, Alfred pretended that he hurt his feelings, that it's not possible that. So as much as I appreciate Alfred, you can't do that. Because if you could do that, I'd have just bought on one and put myself at top of charts. You can only buy one on one account and one bank account, so you know. But it is what it is. Andrew Marsh loves Gruev as much as Ampadu. Love it, mate. I've now forgot what Ming said though. You have to now remind me, MVG. You meant Ampadu and Rodon being the best partnership in the team at the moment. You didn't know, did you? Alfred, I'm all game for it. I'm all game for it. Open top bus parade. I was there in 1992, but was stuck in Harrogate in 2020. Boo! Robinho. Do you know whose favourite ever footballer is Robinho? Ginola, 24 votes in, 79% was he mint, says yes. Would you like to hazard a guess who Robinho's who what did I say? Who thought again, I don't know how to phrase the question. Robinho's in jail. Yes, he is. And do you know whose favourite footballer Robinho is? That would be my question to you boys now. And would you like to know the level to which said person likes Robinho? Take it easy, AO. See you in a bit, dude. Thank you for tuning in, man. You're a legend. Cheers for the chat and the constantly asking people to like and that, man. You're a legend. I need some Robinho answers because I've got some evidence and I've never shown anybody this because he was going to jail. And if I'm honest, I didn't want the shit. I was on the back wall because he was obviously up for, you know, terrible charges. But I can confirm that as a youngster, this has been... Oh, you're about Ronaldinho, Andy, after all that? Oh, fucking hell, man. Oh, well, I thought you were on about Robinho. That does look more like Robinho. Have I lost it? Did I not even highlight the chat? I've taken that off the wall as well. I'm worried I'm not going to be able to straighten it up now either. Where's it gone? Robinho. I thought you meant Robinho. Well, Robinho is in prison, yeah. And He's my favourite ever footballer. And I've had that. My brother bought me that for Christmas. I must have been about fuck knows, to be fair. I must have been, I don't even know, 12, 14 or something. I'm never going to get this straight now, so I only put one pin in wall. Well, to be fair, I think that's when you're pissed up and you can just do stuff perfectly. I've dropped it right into place. Look like it grew there. Robinho's my favourite player ever. And he came to Man City and didn't really do it, to be fair. He did it first year and then I think he got into all sorts of bother. Robinho apparently got into a bit of bother at space in Leeds as well, you know, while he was playing for Man City. Then he fucked off to Brazil for a bit. Do you know Robinho's mum got kidnapped? Do you call an adult getting napped kid? It's not adult nap though, is it? Is it a kidnapping? But it's an adult napping, isn't it? But I don't know if is it actually legitimately. Regardless, his mum got kidnapped, and he had to pay like, I don't know, 100 grand or something to get him paid out by Brazilian. They're mad, aren't they, in Brazil? And he paid her out, got her out, and then it happened again. They took her again, and they were like pleading to her to come with him to Manchester or move out of, with the greatest respect, obviously, the bit of a shithole that she must have lived in to constantly get kidnapped. So, I mean, how mental's that? But I think that's happened a few. But on Ronaldinho, I don't know if he's in prison now, but Ronaldinho got himself in bother for like having a dodgy passport. The crackers out that Brazilians. That's why they're staying footy for, well, staying footy for ages. But they don't prolong it as long as any other nationality, do they? They're not. They just play footy on beach and just love it, don't they? They just love footy. It's not like, you know, the die-hard fans of football and the World Cup's super important to them and stuff. But they're not like, they don't have the longevity, do they, normally? Obviously, there'll be a few exceptions. But like Ronaldinho, as talented really as any footballer I've ever seen in my whole life. Ronaldo, I know he had terrible injuries. But talented as any footballer I've ever seen in my whole life, but only did it to the absolute max for like 3 or 4 years. Maybe I'm slightly skewed on, I hate Ronaldo, Cristiano, and I'm slightly skewed on Messi, but them two did it for just so long, and maybe players just can't actually do it for that long. But yeah. Ginola was really Brazilian. Ginola was jokes. Are you happy to take that back yet, Andy? Because you're getting pounded in. Ginola was mint. It's universal, 81%. Amper crazy, says CH. Ayo, does Ginola deserve to play for a big title winning club? Ginola was a beast. Yes, MVG. I wasn't there. I might have been there. No, I won't have been there. Was I there? What year would Ginola have come to? Was he at Tottenham, dude? That might have been there. Playing Spurs, yeah. Do you know what? I might have been there. I need to ask me dad and my brother how long, what age I went, what age we had the because my brother had the season ticket before me, and then he went to the Cop with his mate, and then I took the season ticket. But I reckon that's in and around the time, depending on the year, I might have been there. Ming says no Paul needed. He was mint. He was mint. He really was. He also defines the era a bit, doesn't he? You know, to be fair to him. I don't know. I'm going cider. I can't drink Foster's. It's shit. I don't know if he will do instantly. Leeds fans give you shit over everything, man, as you well know. puberty free. Like and subscribe, says War Piglet. Let's get them likes up, boys. To be fair, we've got 105 likes here. Is anybody in this fucking room now that hasn't liked it? Anybody basically in my house now that hasn't liked this channel? Or subscribe to this channel? Anybody in my house? You're in my house now. We are in my house. I might start. Should we do? Right. I don't know how Bird will feel about this, but we should put like, we've got a hot tub, but we obviously can't use it in the winter. So my brother's just come round and he erected a roof for hot tub out backside the house, right? Really, you know, now we could utilise that. We could create like a live pub. Not a live pub, we could do that anywhere. But we could get the beers in, couldn't we? I'd remove the hot tub because I don't want you dirty bastards in my hot tub. But what we could do is we could get the beers in, couldn't we? Go live and have this. None of that's... We could do this without that, to be fair. And without the aggro and without upsetting all neighbours. But I'm thinking out loud. It's because I've opened this and it stinks, to be fair. Although I bet the first sip of this is real refreshing. Real refreshing. I am MVG, yeah. I've always had a bit of an M-head though, to be fair. It's always, I don't know how much I've receded. Because genuinely my hairline's just a bit like that. It has receded. The thing is I get it cut too short as well, so I get a bit like, I don't really care, but I do want to keep my hair for as long as I can, but yeah. The bet. Jack, the £100 bet reference was a joke because of your forgetfulness. Oh, well, you nearly got me. You had me thinking I owed you fucking money, Andy. You're not going to come for me on Joe's show, are you, dude? I feel for Joe sometimes because when you boys come in with pelters, I'm like, oh, I feel like Joe thinks I've sent you over to like give it in. But then when I go on Joe's show, I know it's all you traitors are over there anyway. You all love Joe more than me, so I know you're doing us both, as it were. Yeah, MVG, that's what I mean. Self-doubt, Jack, that's nothing. Have you seen me pull out of a junction recently? Yes, I have, Andy, yeah. Would you get a new keeper? Says Eric Bevan. Is it Eric Bevan or Bevan? I'd say Bevan if I had to guess. No, I don't think I would. I think it'd be a waste of money. I think unless you got like, I think it'd be a waste of money. I think we'll be all right. I think I never go in on the like making money thing, so I never really give a shit. But I think a decent season in Premier League next year with Mez sends his stock through the roof, and then I think we probably move him on and buy a new keeper. I don't think replacing Mez does the club any good, really. Yeah, there'll be a few wanting our outcasts, that's for sure. We should be mid-table, says Andrew Marsh. 13 next year in Prem. That'd be sweet as, wouldn't it? I am, Carl. Yeah, you big lad. Does Hank Wyman have a wank hymen? Discuss. I'm sure, as I get through this chat, I'm sure you have discussed. Eggs is egg, says Tudor Rose. I could not agree more. It's my favourite saying ever. 78 RPM. I don't think anyone will go anywhere unless we want them to, as we won't see offers like we got for Archie and Georgie on any of this crop. Nonto may well be cashed in for about 20 million. That is fair enough. I don't think there's any huge player money. Rutter, Somerville, Gray all legitimately, you know, had some money, didn't they, behind it, but yeah. I agree. Mate, who do you think just got you behind Eminem? Mate, who do you think just got you behind Eminem? What do you mean? We're on to Robinho talk here now. You got to be careful with... See, Andy, you got to be careful with Brazilians, because alt names are fucking Ronaldo, Robinho, Ronaldinho. To be fair, I've run out now, haven't I? But... oh, it's fresh. Kidnap don't mean kids. Fair enough. I didn't know that, to be fair. I just thought kidnap, you know, I thought kids are getting napped. Kids go to nap, don't they? But it's very different. Ronaldinho got done for having 3 passports. It's crazy, innit? All that money, man. I reiterate, I did not mean Robinho. I was asking you. Well, I pulled him off at wall, poor lad. I rated Ginola. You misread the question. See what Andy does very effectively here. See what he does. He goes in, and then when the pole shuts him down, he pulls out, which is a very effective method, as we all know. You go all the way in, and then when it's starting to go wrong, you pull out, and we all know that is a very effective method. And Andy's got it down to a T. Now, maybe I've misread the comment, but Robert Wheelhouse. I need this answered, Robert Wheelhouse. I'm hoping you're still in the room, big lad. Is Foster stronger in Australia? Is it a better drink in Australia? I think it's 4% here. 3.7. That's really weak to me, that, you see. But I've heard, and I've never been to Australia, I've heard Foster's is not better than Budweiser, dude. I will do a poll on that, Alfred Tam. Let's shut this poll down. Ginola was mint. It's unanimous. Better. Foster's. Bud. This is also like I've become like a Budweiser sympathiser here. I don't even like Budweiser myself. But I do need that answer in, Robot Wheelhouse, if you're still in here, brother. Is it stronger? Genuinely. But they brew that in England, so where are they exporting it to? It's shit, I agree. Totally shit. What do you boys drink then, lager-wise, in Australia? Genuinely. Because I thought it was stronger, Foster's, in Australia. That's the rumour I'd heard. Rum and ting. He won't do it, mate. He refuses. Refuses. Hot tub stream, I'm in. Budgie smugglers and 2 bottles of wine, get the girls dribbling like Robin. Oh, fucking hell. Fuck's sake. I read that one out, but Foster's Holstein. Do you know? I think I've had 1 can of that Holstein. I always love it when you pop up Ena. You always just come in with like, it's always poignant. It's always to the, it's always bang on. That Holstein, I like that stuff. I've had 1 can of it, I think, and then there were a couple of pints going. That's the is it yellow? I put Holstein and cows have popped up. Yes, that is what I'm on about. Oh no, shit, no. Is that right, dude? I'm on about Holstein. Have I played myself there? Holstein Pilsner. Have I played myself there, Ena? Let myself down if that is the case. I was giving you the tip of the hat there, and then I've let myself down, I think. But I'm pretty sure he'll be on about Holston. VB gets a bad rap, top drop. VB. VB, Victoria Bitter. VB or Victoria Bitter is a full strength Australian lager brewed. Alright, understood. I need to find myself a bottle of VB. What strength are we looking at here? Because if it ain't at least 4.5, it's not worth me drinking. That's not me trying to be a legend. It's just I actually only like lagers that are. Oh, it's 4.9. Understood, Robot Wheelhouse. I'll have a VB. Yeah, probably have about 3 of them. And I'll be off my rocker. But Danny Bowden's in, so we need to get this going on. Did you become a member tonight, Alfred Tam? 57, still hanging on some air and youth. Get up, Andrew. Yes, John LUFC Garside, my guy. To be fair, now that you're back on the inside, I don't think it's a bad idea to change your name and go again. Your secret's safe with me. I'll just put it down to having a few beers that I forgot. Not really, Eric, to be honest. I won't. No. I think everybody that we've got, I think we have the best players in the championship. And I'm not trying to be funny. I wouldn't. Not off the top of my head, I wouldn't. I mean, I'd have Bellingham or whatever. I don't actually believe in this Bellingham train. I think it's a bit of shit, to be honest. I mean, what numbers is he putting in? And that's a really brash way to look at it. But all our players get looked at in numbers. So 28 matches, 4 goals, 3 assists. I think he's living off his brother's name, me. He's only 19, to be fair, but nah. I won't. I actually won't. Legendary MVG, all above board and honesty with me, Jack. I watch / listen to you, Joe and Jay, and of course the Square Ball, which I've been following since way back in the oddie days. Yeah, man. I appreciate being one. I feel like I'm in high. Thank you, basically. Bottled it, Andy. Totally bottled it. Andrew, I'm in on that. The last poll of the night, boys, which I'm happy to be fair, I'm happy to stay up till whenever you want, but alright, well, let me start a poll because I've still got that one going. Bud wins, knew it'd win. Cheers, easy. Byram as a squad player. Is it Holston though, Ena, like without the I? Or am I being a tit? Because I've had Holston, the Pilsner. Because it's not, I'm not getting Holstein. Oh shit. No, all I'm getting is a cow. The Holstein Friesian is an international breed or group of dairy cattle. Oh, hang on a minute. Oh no, we're still on about cows here. Is it Holstein, dude? I've had Holstein. Hang on, let me get this up here on fucking. When I put Holstein in here. I'm getting cattle. Oh, Enoch. Right, sorted. Thank God. So I thought, you know, I love me milk. I love a bit of milk, like, but Holstein, I have had the yellow stuff. I have had that, yeah, but I've not had Holstein. As I say, I'm partial to, you know, a bit of dairy Holstein. You know, not a problem. Oh, fuck off! I'll do away with that now. My joke's collapsed. I wanted a big photo of a cow, but we lost that opportunity when we messed about. Unfortunately, champ players are too expensive, says Andrew Marsh. I agree. They are. I now know VB. Never heard of Coopers. Never heard of two Hays. I feel like I've heard of Crown Lager. I've heard of Crown Lager. Yes, I have. I think I've had a Crown Lager. Interesting question. Provide the answer. Although Triple X, don't we get Triple X, don't we? Where's Triple X from? I didn't put that into fucking Google, to be fair. Well, that's an Australian beer. I have had Triple X. I go online and type it in every other day, to be fair. Man gotta beat his meat. Andy's proper. This is the hill Andy's gonna die on. I think this Genola hill. He's obviously got a real affinity towards Genola. He will not let it drop. Legendary Chris Frost, Leeds fan forever. I might be wrong, but is this the first time you've joined me? Because I don't necessarily recognise your name, but I feel bad if you have been a big commenter on the so I do apologise if and when, but nobody do it how he does it. Get up, Bryn. Love it. I know, Alfred, but it's not. If we ever find ourselves in a boozer together, you will see that it is. I don't drink it at all. I've never. Well, it's not true. I have bought a bottle of Budweiser before, but at a place in Harrogate I used to work in, used to do deals on Buds, and we'd get 50% on top of it. So we used to do it all the time. But I don't dislike it. I think Bud Light is gash, though. I will say that. Ena getting the love, dropping a badger in there as well. Temp of lager, everything. We're getting through some proper old school shit here. I'm pretty sure I've had Colt 45 as well. I didn't know all this were Australian though. Malt liquor. Oh, it's American. Is that American? I'm pretty sure I've had a Colt 45 though. Foster's unanimously shite. WFIA 08. What's good, brother? Estelle Dam Bazas beer. Estelle Dam Bazas beer. 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100 Is that Estrella? Because I was at the risk of saying I didn't want to be rude. But as the law is my witness, I thought that was Estrella, and it's popped up as Estrella. So is it Estrella? Nobody do it how he does it, Chris. Ian Bird. Love it, mate. Yeah, there's loads of special brews, aren't there? That's what makes me laugh about Carlsberg. They only make shit booze, don't they? It's like Carlsberg shit lager, and then special brews like hardcore shit lager. Like, why don't you do like a, and Carlsberg Express gives me no but headache, or whatever it's called. Is it Carlsberg Express? No, Carlsberg. Is it Express? The stronger one, I'm sure it's Carlsberg Express. Export. Yeah, that just gives me a headache. I think he'll know you're coming for him though, Andy, if you go Jekyll or Mr. Hyde. Come on, Andy. You got better pelters than that. You got more in locker. He'll know it's you. Trafford was shit overnight. I think Trafford's way overrated, me. I'd rather have Mez in there. I think we all get a bit hunkered down in used to sponsor Spuds. What do you mean? I think we all get a bit bunkered down in, like, odd goalkeeper making half a decent save and not realising that if you saw Meslier without his silent S, without his horrendous mistakes, Trafford will have a minimum all. Joe watched him overnight, so they were absolute dogger. So pull the other one. You like milk? If that's aimed at me, Alfred, I've forgot. Oh my God, John Garside, I swear on my life I've had it. Ask my brother. It is my favourite. And it's also, you can get it though, dude, at Morrison's. Grand Reserva. My bird works at Piccolino's, and so she gets it half price. So I get them. I swear on my life, I get them ordered in. As the £3 a bottle, that's expensive from a shop, but in reality, if you're on a night out, it's not. I take them when I go to Buttefest. I take 4 or 5 of them because you whip that in. John Garside, if you're ever about, let's go and have a fucking Grand Reserva, mate. It's the nuts. Well, nice. %, man. You do away with bars, where they do all coolers and that. You just have like, but feeding the bastard thing, though, that's the only thing. I'm always googling, mate. Google's my best mate. Bird, it's all the same. Drink reindeer piss as the reindeers eat fly. Have you had cum insider, Jack? It's my least favourite thing to do, chickers. No, it's my least favourite drink, rather. I've had to. I'm too many beers in for that MVG. I couldn't even fucking. I will try. Inuits drink reindeer piss as the reindeers eat fly agaric magic mushrooms as they metabolize the musky mole. Lovely stuff. Was the best day of my life. We got beat by Hull 2-0. This is what I'm on about Leeds fans, boys. Best day of his life, going away, getting beat 2-0 to Hull. Get up. You need some L'Oreal, mate. That's probably the worst joke that anybody will ever hear, but that's what Ginola would have had, because he's worth it, mate. I don't know what's going on now. I don't know whether you're on about. Sometimes you boys are more than welcome to chat. But have I ignored the big 3 years, or somebody else? I don't get it. Yes, that'll be why I know what Holston is. Who got Holston sponsored a football club, didn't they? Tottenham. Right. Sharp. Keep it alive. I fucking no idea what you boys are on about here. I swear on my life. I like Cronenberg, man. It blows my brain a bit though. It does blow me out. A lad I used to, I still work with, a legend called Trey. He used to get Cronenbergs in all the time, and I just remember all the time I'd be like, we'd go to the shop and he'd be like, oh, this is the stuff. It is the stuff. Cronenberg blows your mind apart. Trey drops in every now and again, to be fair. Trey's a beast. Chick, as you know, Trey, but he used to love his Cronenberg. Be like, get fucking cronies out. Yes. Morrison's. They sell Grand Reserva, and sometimes you can get it in the 3 for whatever deal. It's still like 10 quid or something, but that is worth it for Grand Reserva. You only need one of them. I'm always on my way. How many inches can I handle? Truthfully, if I'm being honest, 8. I think I'll max out at 8 inches. And then, funnily enough though, with like inches and stuff, like taking inches, I can take 8. I'm actually alright, but then I have like a pint of cider after 8 inches and I'm fucked. It's so weird. So like, I know you try to be funny and I've continued with the joke, but like if I'm drinking dark fruit, I'm alright. And then I'll have a pint of lager and I'm off my face. It's like, whereas if I have 8 pints of lager, I'm off my face and it's home time. But I can take 8 inches in and then I have a pint of lager and I'm off my head. Jack, just do a joke, throw a paddy and say, explain your comment, it's easy, man. That type of shit will get you banned again, Andy. Come on. Hang on in there. Trey's a boy, he certainly is. She just got in on me, to be fair. I've just heard the door open. Do you want to say hello there? Byram's multitasking this. 83% say yes, Byram is a squad player. I think we'd be a bit daft to not get Byram as a squad player, truth be told. I think when... See, WFIA 08. That's where I'm going wrong, innit? Switch it up, go the other way with it. 100% to be fair, man. I do think that in hindsight is the best way to go, because I'm doing it the other way around and I'm off my head. Whereas that is like sets you up to go in, doesn't it? And then you have your 8 inches and then... I mean, how do you feel after it though? That's all I will say. 'Cause does it still have the same effect regardless of whether it's at the start or the end? Fucking hell. 4 hours, 10 minutes, boys. These are becoming marathons. The record was 3 hours. And we've trounced that. I thought starting an hour earlier would mean we finish an hour earlier, and obviously no. And now no. Now it's an hour later, so. But next Thursday we won't be able to do it. I'm out for a leaving party. For a staff do, for a Christmas do. Overdue. So we'll have to do it. There's a game Monday, we'll have to do it. Tuesday I'll be on Joe's, so I won't want to do overlap. And I'll be hungover because I'm off out with my brothers on Monday. So should we do overlap on Wednesday? If everybody's up for Wednesday, but I'll have to go a bit easy on booze because I don't want to be a fucking melt on Thursday. Alfred, you've no idea. Have you spelt that right, Andrew Marsh? Are you on about Iingabrow? I was going to type it in, but I think you're on about Iingabrow. They got rid of Iingabrow. It's Taddy Lager now, or Alpine. Alpine's shite now, it's well weak. But Iingabrow, possibly just before my time. Chickers will know when Iingabrow stopped. Because Iingabrow, I think, was the beast. It was the beast stuff, like the good stuff, good lager. I think Iingabrow just changed its name, but it didn't go straight to Taddy Lager, I don't think. It went from Iingabrow. Help me out here, chickers. It went from Iingabrow to something else. It went from Iingabrow to something and then went to Taddy Lager, I'm sure it did. I'm relying on you here, chickers. %. He's coming for you again, you know. It'll actually be interesting to see how long you last. And be on your best behaviour to see how long you can last. Even on your best behaviour. Because if you just go in to get banned, anybody can do that. Do you know what I mean? You can just go in and get banned again. But if you're on your best behaviour, just go in, coast in, and come out other side and see how you get on. See how long you. I reckon until you do his head in again, I reckon we're talking a month. Don't appreciate what, Alfred? How many inches it takes? I know MVG, but it's not my style. I won't allow it, I don't think. Went to Sam's Lager then to literally just called Sam's Lager. Angry Vision, as we called it. So I mean, it was Iingabrow and mint. But was it called Sam's Lager? I don't remember that. I believe you, chickers. Because it'd been Sam's Lager that I used to drink. I don't remember it being called something. What percentage is Sam's Lager? 5%. Fucking. Mental. There's still pure brew, to be fair, Ming. That shit does blow your fucking mind. It used to, me and my mates used to have a laugh about that, and we'd go in and have a few halves of pure brew and just see, just for to scope it out. And honestly, and I actually mean this, if you had half a pint of that, and I know this sounds ridiculous, and without being a knobhead, I can have a bit of a drink. I'm not a total lightweight, but a couple of halves of that and you are tiddly. There is no two ways about it. It buzzes you. You have half of it and you're like, it's like a woman with champagne, like genuinely, like, woo, like there is something there. Hey, Byron will be more than well worth it inside for me, man. Just squad player, 100%. Alfred, you're breaking my heart, man. Oh, it went to Alpine when Alpine was strong, didn't it? And then I switched it up. No, MVG, no, he does not. Well, you've done... You're too funny, man. You are too funny. But it's the inches I'm taking, isn't it? Oh, this has gone into... this is a mess. Get up, Robert Wheelhouse. Get one stuck in. 100%. Have a beer with boys. You're free as a bird now, man. You need to thank Ming and MVG, and they're gonna have it out between them. Who's right? This is the last poll of the night. Who's to thank for Andy's freedom? Or I think they're both. I think you're both to thank, but who's most to thank? Ming or MVG? Let that resonate. I had 10 pints one Sunday, Angry Vision. I had 10 pints one Sunday of Angry Vision, and ended up rattling 2 lasses in Bay Horse box. Both look like the Weasley twins. Both. Oh, right, cancel it. Ming's winning, but we're only 8 votes in. Right, sorry, boys. Start a poll. Who's... No, I'm going to change it as well. Who's to blame for Andy's freeness? For Andy's freedom? Ming, MVG, or both? Because I actually think it is both. But Alfred has backed that up, saying it was Ming first, so Ming's going in there, but both is winning significantly here. To be fair, he seems to be he's let that out to the public. He seems to be happy with that one, so as a mod. Rock and roll. Andy needs banning instantly, I think. Soon as he clicks on Joe's, as soon as the comment goes in, every moderator needs to pile in and just ban the bastard. Yes, there'll be a panorama documentary on Andy. Yes. Hey, it's basically Andy's been in the Just Joe dungeon. He's been in Just Joe's prison for, I don't know, a couple of months maybe. He got banned a couple of months ago, and he's been freed, but Andy's not been trying to comment on Joe's show because he's banned, so he's not known that he's free. And Ming, well, there's an argument Ming or MVG have freed him, so we've had to create a poll to decide who's actually freed him. If what would be mint, Alfred, is if I got banned and then still featured on the show, because obviously in video I can feature, but if I was banned also, it'd be brilliant. Is it actually your birthday, Ming? Why did you not say this? Are you joking me? Are you joking me? Are you joking me? Because that's probably the best idea I've ever heard in my whole life. I'm staying out of this actually. Ming, I feel horrendous. I've slipped my mind. Why did you not remind me, dude? I don't even know when my fucking family's birthday is. See, the happy birthdays are flying in now. We could have done something. We could have organised something. We could have had like a, I don't know, balloon popping or something. Could have done something. No, Mingy. Come on, Mingy. What have we got here? What can we do here? Pop some Twiglets. I've nearly eaten them all, and there's no pop anymore. That needs to be like a pop, doesn't it? Twiglets. I can't believe, Mingy, you didn't remind me of that. If you have told me, I feel like a right bastard. It's not okay, Mingy. Get them votes in for Mingy now, boys. Come on. Get them votes in for Ming. Double 4, Danny, to be fair. Double 4. Double 4 still exists, though. But it did go to double 4 before double 4 then became something else. Thank you, Danny Bowden. Good lad. I'm upset, Mingy. You just want to get away from that that awful Ginola take, Andy. That's all that is. Comes as standard chickers, to be fair. Yes, Chris Frost. Yeah, I'll have a job on remembering that, dude. I've got my mum's birthday on lockdown. I know my dad's because it's day after Christmas. And then rest's a proper struggle. Yeah, well, I think, I don't want to get too boring. I think I'm boring enough as it is, but I think Ingerbrow were like, I think he used to import Ingerbrow. I think that's why he created whatever came after it. I don't think Ingerbrow was brewed originally by Sam's. Well, sometimes though, you just, if you've done the crime, you've got to do the time. Yes, Danny Bowden. Take it easy, dude. I'm bouncing in a minute, so I'm off soon behind you. Because I'm going to piss myself again and it's 12:30. But this thus far has been my favourite underlap, so... Oh shit, yeah, it's Valentine's, isn't it? Behave. Ming's not a year over 30. Ming, all I can do now, is happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday. That was with, I meant that from, literally, from right from here all the way to my Corey, I meant that. Fucking red hot as well, she must put heating on. She just cranks it up. It's always emotional, Mingy. I wish you'd have told me before. Are you a Yank, Jack? I'm off for a Yank, mate. Fucking damn right. Joking apart, how many casualties of war are on Joe's block list? Can't someone ask him? Fuck it, man. Right, all. Right, boys, I'm bouncing. I'll be tomorrow. It'll be just be a pre-recorded shit vid, because well, just because I'm at work at night. But I won't be live for the Monday game on the basis that it's at home and I will be there watching it live and direct. As I say, boys, there'll be loads of stuff on my JackCity page. If you could do us a massive homo favour and go over there and just type that in, go on my channel and subscribe. There'll be loads of stuff coming up on there next couple of months. I'd really appreciate it. The heating normally, chickers, I want down. Behave, Alfred. Alfred's never to return. He'll only watch me on Just Jones. Kevin, dude, bounces in, pops in. 4 hours and whatever we're in. What a ledge. Everybody say hello to Kevin. Kevin Otto's the man. Take it easy, MVG. Ming, AO, War Piglet, Tudor Rose, Chickers, Bryn, Danny Borden, AO, Legendary MVG gets another one. Danny Borden, I don't know if I've just said that. Ena, you're a legend. Every single which one here. Andy Rowe, 78 RPM. You're all ace, honestly. I'm dumbfounded. I actually can't believe I've been here for 4.5 hours, boys. I don't think we're going to beat that. Chris Frost, Chris Rose, I never called you then. Chris Frost, Leeds fan forever. As I say, boys, if you would, it'd be a massive help if you go over to my JackCity channel and subscribe and leave us a shit comment. Even if you don't like my music, if you'd leave us a comment, it'd be much appreciated. Enar 78, Alfred, like I say, you're all legends. Take it easy, everybody. We simply must. The next Underlap will be Wednesday, because I'm out on slush on Thursday, and by the time I get in, even though these are marathons, I don't think any of you'll want that stuff at like that time, and it won't be. I know it's relatively incoherent, the Underlap anyway, but it's on another level at that time in the morning, as I'm sure you're all well aware. Chickers, you still haven't organised this date with me, so it needs sorting. But push, boys and Bob. Take it easy, everybody. In a bit.